and welcome to the Guild of Mazes presents So You Think You Can Quest, the online, live-streamed Dungeons & Dragons-based game show with real cash prizes and precious stones that helps raise money for rotating community charities. I'm your host and Dungeon Master, and this is just a quick introduction to episode 17 of our open beta development process. Join us this evening as the players approach the doors to what they believe to be the dungeon that they have sought now for 16 episodes straight to no avail. Within but a stone's throw of it, they will have to cross the massive cavern in front of them, through ruins and across chasms to get there. And once they arrive, of course, they expect it to be no walk in the park, but what exactly occurs is a little bit beyond their speculation. You'll have to tune in to find out who lives, who dies, and who goes home with a precious stone of their choosing. Join us on this episode of the Guild of Mazes presents So You Think You Can Quest. And we are live. Welcome everybody to the Sunday edition of So You Think You Can Quest, presented by the Guild of Mazes. I'm your host and Dungeon Master. And this is the beginning of another 30-day cycle, our third or 61st day of production, depending on how you want to slice that one. And I'm happy to report that we have made yet another charitable donation, the receipt of which and the amount for which I will be posting in a wrap-up video that I will be doing tomorrow, so everyone will know what we've managed to raise this go-around, as well as this now marks the transition into the next phase of Quest's launch. And from here on out, we will be using only a portion of our income as a channel and through our Patreon donations and other revenue income sources in order to both donate to charity but also continue to escalate the prize pools, as the $500 prize has been in place now for several weeks as our contestants have vied to be able to both find and then enter the dungeon itself and claim that $500 cash prize. But from this episode on out, now every episode that goes by without this prize being claimed, it will continue to increase. As well, a small but important sliver of finances will be cut off to help develop the ultimate prize, which might be some years in the making, depending on how long it takes our contestants to progress through the entire dungeon that I have planned, and one day best the final boss and claim their ultimate reward. We'll see how much money that ends up being, and I'm hoping and also willing to bet that it will be a significant sum, the likes of which has perhaps never been won playing Dungeons & Dragons before. But before we get to that far-off fabled date and that epic battle for the very soul of all of Eidolon, we have quite a few things to get through. And namely, tonight you will watch as our contestants are on the approach to the very doors of the dungeon itself in one of the many entrances that they've been able to locate. And finally now, it seems as if it's only a stone's throw away. We also have some patron giveaways to do at the beginning of tonight for everybody else out there. Oh, wait. Can the stream see me? I'm just getting a little bit of feedback. It seems like maybe there's some problem. All right. I'm just getting a quick confirmation that I'm not talking into the darkness here before I move on. One moment. I don't want to have to do this twice. Uh, okay. Got it. Thank you for the confirmation there. I appreciate it. And now, not to waste any more time, I'll start off with the first of the patron giveaways, which is a piece of what's called fire glass. It is actually, despite the name, a piece of petrified wood that has been cut down and shaped by the lapidary and friend of this show. This particular piece comes to us from Arizona and is one of the last of its lot. This was, from what I understand, these things are always hard to trace, but this particular piece of petrified wood was discovered and not removed from an existing petrified forest or a historical landmark, and thus we are not contributing to the destruction of what is a very small and precious resource. That being said, at the same time, the rarity of petrified wood and its increasing rarity cannot be overstated, as there is only a very limited quantity of this substance on the planet, given the fact that it takes such a particular set of conditions to create it. This first piece of fireglass here is going to be going to one of our tier 1 or 2 tier patrons. I am going to be rolling for that now. And it looks like this first piece of fireglass is going to be going to one Icy Ghosts, one of our newer patrons, I believe. Icy, I think that you are likely probably busy at the moment, so I'm not going to wait for you to respond, but I will get a direct message to you and let you know that you have won your prize and where I might ship it. All right, and now after the fireglass, we have next up is this bullet, if you will, or pillar of of tiger's eye that has been cut along the grain in a way that causes the surface of it to ripple as you twist it through the light. It has an almost holographic sheen to it in the way that you might remember like old holographic stickers or the way that we used to put those on gimmicky VHS covers back in the day. This piece of tiger's eye is going to the tier 3 and tier 4 patron options. And I'm going to roll for which one of our lucky or patrons will be getting that now. And it looks like congratulations is in order to... it looks like this is going to... Thanks to the fact that that tier is only occupied by a few people. Maple Witch, you are going to be picking up a piece of tiger's eye. I think this is your second patron win from that tier due to the fact that it is a very strategically placed set of raffle tickets at this point. So congratulations on picking up a second stone. And from there, we have now, last but not least, not the tiger's eye, but this piece of pyretized ammonite. Ammonite is, of course, the name given to the substance of this, what is, I believe it's a member of the mollusk family, but it's a form of fossil that has been created over time by the sedimentary reaction of this creature's decay, and it's basically infusion of minerals from the ocean floor. This has caused the interior of the creature to literally transform transform into a metal-like substance that is, akin to pyrite and lead. You can see on one picture here that it has a perfectly preserved exterior, and then the almost more alien-like interior of the other one, the other side, causes it to have sort of a remnants of like H.R. Geiger style aliens. This is going to our tier 5 patrons, and because there's only a handful of those, likely somebody's in a position to pick up a second stone or be the winner of the first one here. And it looks like this one is going to be going to Sly Ty. Sly Ty, I know we haven't had a chance to have you on the game in a while. I know you've been very busy, but congratulations. You will be the proud owner of this piece of pyritized ammonite. I will make sure to get all of these prizes shipped out as soon as I can. And with the giveaways accomplished, with the announcement of us reaching this next production cycle, I am also just going to briefly tease at the fact that I'm working on creating a story game to accompany So You Think You Can Quest, which will hopefully be available to the public to also sign up and play in a rotating schedule of some kind. But that is going to be a dream for the new year. I just want to let everybody know that I am working on developing yet another portal, essentially, through which the community can access the world of Eidolon and perhaps influence the events of this game. But now, moving on, we've got the game summary of last session, and then we can get into the action. As at the end of last session, after having done battle with several black puddings and also then being chased through the caverns underneath Hope's Rise by a band of primitive hatchet and spear-wielding troglodytes that seemed to almost be adapted to their cavernous dwellings with some sort of exterior camouflage upon their scales, that the party found a last-ditch escape at a dead end in the form of a rift in the ground that upon inspection seemed to be several layers of rock sandwiched on top of existing mortar and brick from some prior ancient age, making their way down in some cases rather dexterously and in other cases through brute force and blind luck. All of the party was able to survive their descent to the floor of the cavern underneath this rift that they had found in the stone, not a second too soon as they were being pursued by these troglodytes, and some of them even managed to get in lucky parting shots with their crude flint spears before finally, I believe the cleric was the last one out, who managed to just climb down, basically inverted over to the side of this massive cavern wall and then down from there via the use of both their enhanced ability for strength and, just some very, very lucky rolls. So that is going to be the place where we left off as they then set down in this cavern beneath the tunnel system where they were previously pursued. And as they gazed across this spanning ruins of ancient buildings that filled this space, they could see in the far distance up some elevation of the tilted floor and over the heights of some crumbling walls that were perched atop adjacent cliffs, this room seemed to have at last the thing that they had sought now for days and days and days. The very envy of the Guild of Mazes itself. The entrance to the dungeon at last. Its massive doors looming over the landscape and telling of likely either beasts or entities so powerful and so much beyond the scale of the mortal civilized races of Eidolon that whatever had once dwelled in this underground area had likely the power of giants or dragons or creatures of that ilk. but that is going to have to wait in terms of the speculation and the identification of what exactly these ruins once contained, as our players have now bunkered down for the evening in order to try and recover themselves from the previous day's exploits. They've managed to find a fairly secluded alcove underneath the destroyed remnants of a structure, huddling underneath the ruins of an upper floor as a makeshift roof. Now, our fifth contestant has rotated out from last game, and we've rotated in yet another one. The contestant you will see joining us is one that we've had on before, as the persistence of showing up to the player pool every night cannot be understated, as you are going to be able to get back into this game over and over again with new characters, even if you at one point expire. So last she joined us, you knew her as Garen of the Wake, and this time it will be one Avari Renethe, a half-elf monk. Introductions accomplished, let's get into this, and we will start questing. All right, contestants, we are now live, and I am going to be transitioning us over to the primary stream. It looks like everybody's here, everybody's tokens are in the right place, and everybody's name tags are okay. So I'm going to switch us over to the underground map while I get us some background music to enjoy. Let's get questing. Okay, I'm gonna take a moment to just touch back over what was on this map last time, just so that our contestants and home audience can get an idea of what we are looking at here. As you see, there is this massive cavern in front of you, and specifically the floor seems to be riddled with these yet more rift-like expanses that descend deeper into the earth to the point that you cannot see their bottom, even with the dark vision granted to many of you by your heritage. Likely a fall down one of these sheer precipices would end in instant death, or if not, an agonizing and slow, painful one, as you are unable to be rescued and then, expire of starvation and dehydration and all of those lovely things. Other than the rather dangerous rifts that occupy the floor of this cavern, we also have the beginnings of what looks to be almost fortress walls here, some far south of where the party has decided to rest for the evening. The walls are also set up on top of a cliff face, and so here these central stairs rise into an earthen channel of some kind that is then broken open by more of the just destruction of this cavern floor. And there has seemingly been some sort of either natural or semi-artificial structure of rock that acts as a crude bridge over that expanse and lands at the base of yet some more massive and rising earthen stair, which finally terminates at the far southern end of this cavern with what you can recognize as a massive structure emerging from the walls of the rock itself. And you can see along the sort of exterior of this, there are at the top of these stairs, looming in the distance, now barely, but kind of the silhouette and shadow of them visible for the light that is in this cavern. You can see these massive doors. Any of those of you with a keen memory will notice that those doors were actually not there last stream. I did add those in as a graphic just to help kind of center that. So I'm in no way trying to pull a fast one there. I was just looking over the map and realized it might do to have something represent that. I will now, of course, be joining us back at the top of the map itself where our contestants have bunkered down for the evening. One moment as I will get our new contestant, Avari Renathe. You should have... Yeah, okay, that's on the token layer. So everybody is here for the evening. Our fifth...
Sorry.
Yeah?
I don't see Ash's token.
You're right up there towards the very, very top of the... I'll go ahead and drag it down.
Okay, got it. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I mean, I appreciate the heads up. So with that, you will be in the early evening as you took the short rest earlier and the events of this day began somewhat in the afternoon. So when you begin to settle down, you will have quite a few hours before you actually are required to rest, so I'm not trying to rush that encounter roll. At the same time, your new companion is going to warp in the place of the bard, as the Guild of Mazes teleportation system requires it to be constantly primed in order for it to be able to work and maintain a relay. So our companions find themselves routinely reinforced with rotating guild members in order to allow them access to the very vital supply lines of the Guild of Mazes teleportation. So you see as Avari comes hurtling in through a crackling static rift in time and space, her atoms materializing and weaving into reality and then locking into place at the last moment with kind of a snap as an almost ill look crosses over her face, and it looks as if she is quite sick to her stomach for at least a moment.
She tries to look serious about it anyway, though, like that she's not going to throw up.
It's okay. Let it out. There's some bottomless pits down here. No one will know any better.
Well, hello there.
Welcome.
You're just in time.
She kind of nods, but does make her way over to a corner just to let some of that out.
All right. You... Last we left, I don't think there were any particular activities that anybody was in the middle of. So I leave you to your own recognizance.
I guess Ash just kind of wants to look at this structure that's here. Is there any, like, to see if there's any, like, symbols on it or any names or any type of words, and just kind of, like, look for a cool spot to sit while looking up at it.
All right. Go ahead and give me an investigate as you take some time to pore over the stonework and see what information you might be able to glean from it. Okay.
Nothing.
7. With that, you will gain one crucial bit of insight, which is important, but past that, everything else will seem fairly just run-of-the-mill or just too worn down by time to really get any sort of identifying symbols or information out of it. The key piece of information is that as you look at these pieces of stone, they don't seem to actually be stuck together by a mortar of some kind. It seems as if the entire structure here is actually has the illusion of brickwork set into it by the very nature in which the stone itself has naturally grown. You see there are these hexagonal tiles set mostly everywhere that are actually, upon study, just the natural formation of this rock. In that way, all of the bricks that you see laying about in the rubble aren't actually bricks. They're where the stone just naturally broke along these perfect, like rectangular blocks, almost in the same way that, say, modern day safety glass shatters into perfect squares and not that of jagged shards. You're not sure what this means or how this could be or really anything beyond that, but you are struck by that realization that what you're seeing here doesn't seem to actually be brick and mortar, but instead brick and just like a rubble and debris that has accumulated over time.
Wow, this is heady. These walls are. I don't understand it. It's too much. My head hurts. I'm only at 17 HP. I can't take this. I'm gonna sit down in a corner and cry.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself, Delton, and Ash.
Okay.
I'm gonna head over to this statue and see what I can make of it.
Okay. I'm going to zoom out so everybody knows what statue you're talking about. Shifting over here, we have what is now this some 20, 30 foot tall statue that is mostly worn away on its surface and to the just kind of like structure that you can't really tell who it is of, or like if it is of a human or an elf or an orc or a tiefling or anything of that kind, as the identifying features have been destroyed. Okay, I see the cure wounds going off there. Go ahead and give me an investigation, Zaris, as you begin to poke around. The platform that you have approached there seems to have also been like cleaned off. Not in the sense of
Recently?
not recently in the terms of like that you can see that there's dust and rubble swept, but in the sense that there's like almost a shadow missing of some sort of block missing from the center. Like right here, it seems as if there was some sort of object that has since been moved, and you can also like see the scraping on the stone where it was pulled away. That likely actually accounts for some of the damage up here in this corner. Now, with that 8 investigation, you have no idea what that object might have been. You don't know how recently it may have been removed. You don't see any. There is a thick layer of dust and rubble around here, so it doesn't seem to suggest recently. The statue itself does not seem to have any glyphs on it or identifying holy symbols. There's nothing about it that indicates anything really other than the fact that due to its general shape and the way that it kind of stands presiding with its arms open, it reminds you of many of the other religious idols you've seen, as it's a pose that is often depicted of almost all of the goddesses, regardless of their like alignment. So your first inclination is that this area is religious, but with that 8 investigation, that is the sum total of what you managed to establish in that time.
I'd also like to go over to the statue and so specifically I want to see if there's like any resemblance to the altar of Slurgia that we saw, like any wound marks in the hands or anything like that.
Okay. Go ahead and you may do so. Give me a knowledge religion and see if you can.
There we go.
All right. With a 17 religion, you are going to be able to determine that it is in fact not a statue to Slurgia, There's no indications of the telltale wounds that are often inflicted upon her effigies. The deformation seems to be entirely natural or otherwise caused by, accident or collateral damage as to whatever destroyed the rest of this area. It doesn't seem like the face being taken apart or like pieces from the torso missing are anything more than just the wear of time. What you do manage to glean with that 17, though, in terms of positive information, is that as you look around and you kind of run through your internal knowledge, Jassir, being a cleric, of what the effigies to the various goddesses usually look like, there's something about this one that you just can't place. You're not sure if it's perhaps just an artifact of the effigy's destruction, or if it's something that you just don't have enough experience with to identify. But as you look upon it, you keep trying to pinpoint whose religion this belongs to, but you're coming up empty. Something is arising in the back of your brain that makes you feel like this might not be to one of the goddesses in particular. To what it would be, though, at that point, a hero, a saint, a celestial, a fae, a demon, who knows? At the point that it's not a goddess, it could literally be any infinite number of things, so it doesn't do too much to pinpoint the perhaps identity of this thing.
I'll turn to the party. This doesn't seem to be an altar to any of the goddesses. Definitely, at least, not to Slurgia. Since we are in these ruins, this could be a number of things. Some ancient hero, or I'm not sure.
I'm just going to walk over and join them and have a look too, just out of curiosity.
Sure. Our monk is going to approach, and Avari, go ahead. Religion or investigate, either one is appropriate. Kind of depends on the question you're trying to answer. All right, with that 6 religion, you are going to come to the conclusion that you similarly can't identify this. And that likely whatever has occurred here is some sort of, I'm trying to think of the right word here, but the destruction of, I think is the best word, of an existing site through natural means. And so you really don't have anything to add to this that Jassir or Zaris hasn't already noticed.
So we've had quite a day already. How much of this place do we want to explore before calling it a night?
We found the camp. That's all we need to find. Good night.
I'll offer to stand watch since all I have is a little bit of nausea.
Okay.
Before I head back and hit the hay, I'm gonna, even if this probably isn't to my goddess, I'm gonna take the time to do what I can to clean it up and sweep off this tableau.
Okay. Go for it. That is not going to really require a check of any kind unless there's some other thing that you're trying to accomplish with that.
No.
Sweeping will take a little bit of time, but goes fairly quickly. So from there, if you are going to spend a couple hours doing that before everybody retires, is there anything else that the party wants to do before they bed down for the evening and face their first of potentially many encounter rolls this evening?
Yeah, I think I noticed Miller's been dipping his arrows in poison. Can I do that?
Go ahead and you'll need to give me a sleight of hand check.
Are you gonna eat it?
Nice.
All right.
Oh,
With that 9, you are not going to poison yourself, but you are also going to find that in the attempt to try and apply poison to these arrowheads, that it's accidentally going to end up like rubbing off on the very leathers that you were going to then store the arrows in. And by the end of about an hour of very, very patient work, you're going to have nothing to show for it. The arrows, of course, are fine.
Okay.
But the end of the day,
Alright.
they're just there's no difference made.
So I'll just say, God, I'm just so tired. I can't do this anymore. I'm going to sleep.
And first,
sorry, go ahead.
so you can't get like the full benefits of a long rest while wearing heavy armor, correct?
No, you have to actually take your armor off and sleep in at least medium, which is also
Okay.
kind of ridiculous when you look at some of the things that are on the medium armor list. But
So for once we're bedding down, I'm gonna attune myself to the unknown magical robe I have yet to identify.
okay. So, in doing so, over the course of that evening, I'm going to first ask for the encounter roll, as the attunement won't take effect until you wake up. So, who wants to make the encounter roll for our party members as they face the first of obstacles here in this cavern?
So Avari, there's a initiation that all the new people have to kill a mist troll, but there aren't any down here. So, I think you better make this encounter check.
She'll take the challenge.
All right. Now, go ahead and roll a D100, Avari, as we, with an 84, let's see what happens. There's a lot of potential there. Okay, got it. Let me consult my book of encounters as I consider which one of these many possible things may happen. Having determined which bracket we're in, I'm now rolling for the subchart. All right. It seems like over the course of the evening, Avari, you are going to be minding your own business when it seems like there is going to be a far-off rumble, a movement of stone and rock that ends up kind of snapping you, not awake, as you are obviously already on alert, but just kind of to attention as you gaze over to what is the southwest of this cavern. I'll back out and draw a line. Somewhere over here beyond this wall of rubble and rock right here, off in the darkness, you can hear stones shifting. It sounds like a boulder of substantial size falling from a decent height, as there's this resounding single crash that goes throughout the entire cavern. And then after that, it is completely silent once more.
If I stand very still and listen, do I hear anything else at all?
Go ahead and give me a perception check as you attempt to stand very still and listen. With that 12 perception, you are going to hear nothing else at all.
I'll wait a few minutes because I decide not to wake them up just yet if I don't hear anything else. But I am going to stay a little more alert and kind of watch a little more around me.
Okay. You are going to be awake for a little while longer and see and hear nothing else over the course of the evening. Whatever it was that caused that, be it a natural movement of the stone or some creature, you don't know, but it doesn't seem to be repeating itself. So for the time being, the party is going to be able to rest easily and awaken some 8 hours later in the early morning, before what would be dawn if they were above ground, but for now is going to be kind of irrelevant as they are far beyond the light of Eidolon's sun. And here you are going to arise somewhat weary. I know all of you still have rations, so where your food is coming from is of little importance. But as you awake in the morning and you find yourself stiff from having slept on the stone of the cavern floor, what do our adventurers set as their priority while they look about this dark expanse and think about what may be awaiting them at this very moment, watching them at a distance?
Definitely curious. I'm sorry, go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say I do tell them about what I heard and from what direction the night prior.
All right. And then for you, as far as your robes and what you've managed to attune, you are going to find that those robes are basically having, become accustomed to the magic that is emanating from them, sporting on them a solitary glyph of armor and a solitary glyph of, let me double check this really quick. I've got this in my notes. Yeah, and a solitary glyph of renewal.
I'd be able to spend some time trying to kind of feeling it around, kind of able to determine like what exactly it does.
Oh yeah, no, I was sorry. I was just getting those stated first. So the renewal. No, you're fine. So the armor glyph is going. The solitary, like first tier armor glyph is going to add a +1 to that robe. However, due to the fact that it is also a robe, it's probably not that well suited for you as a cleric. Then on top of that, the renewal glyph is going to provide it the ability to heal its wearer for 1d8 +2 as a bonus action once per long rest.
Wow.
I'll walk over to Zara's and say, hey, any interest in this magical robe?
Yes, thank you. That's a beautiful design here.
I don't have much use for it wearing heavy armor, but I think you might.
Yes, this is the only thing I've got, so a second robe would be much appreciated.
I'll hand it over.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Ash,
I'll put that on, and I need to attune to it before it does me any benefit, right?
Yeah, you will need to attune to that before it does you any benefit. So that will be, unfortunately, another long rest before that actually affects you. As per how I govern the attunement in this particular contest. I take it outside of the 1 hour bracket just to prevent people from constantly scrambling and swapping things in the middle of the game.
okay. Ash, seeing this, like waking up a little, seeing this exchange is like, hey, what the? I need that robe. I need that robe. So I'm gonna like tighten my belt buckle a little bit, shake off some dust, and walk over to Zaris and say, "Hey, pal, selling the robe? You name your price. Name your price."
This is the only other robe I have here. I have not much use for selling it.
Hey, I'm gonna take my dirty shirt off my back. It's been through a lot, and say, hey, look, see here, Zaris. This shirt's been through a lot. It's a good luck shirt. What do you say,
It,
huh?
yeah, you wash that in the.
No, you can't wash it. You can't wash it. It loses its luck.
Okay.
Ew.
Maybe that's that's why we
All
got
right,
attacked. You wash that in the middle of the street, and
thanks
then
a lot,
the.
Zaris. Thanks a lot. I was just trying to
Um,
be friends, but all right. I'm just gonna walk away from Zaris, just with my head down, holding my shirt, and just wait.
All right.
I'm gonna leave
The
some
glyphs I have just
rations.
set into the vision of the players for everybody. It is the yellow one is the glyph of renewal, one of the high glyphs of Eidolon, and then this one over here is the armor glyph, one of the might glyphs of Eidolon, both represented currently in their first tier power level. Anyway,
That's immensely interesting to Zaris. He wants to learn as much as he can about these glyphs, and so when not actively doing anything, he's going to just be like, looking at his robes and sort of feeling these glyphs and just really impressed by how this magic stuff works. He's old but relatively new to this adventuring life, and magic's still harnessing it for himself is really powerful, heady trip.
Hell yeah. All right. Hey guys, what do you say? Nice robe, by the way. What do you guys say we push forward up a little bit? We've already checked out this little building. I think everybody's looking good, feeling good. We checked out that statue. Why don't we just move up a little bit closer to the that thing at the end of the hall,
Yeah.
the cavern?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll leave a little bit of rations at the foot of the statue that may as well be Sivian. Uh,
may as
we
well
are
be
here for
anything.
the eternal struggle against greater odds. Is uh, she is definitely providing that to me.
Okay. Are all of you going to then join Ash in their direction and trajectory through this cavern? As I also then take, I need to do a quick measurement. Hold on. You would be able to see a little bit further than is currently revealed. Let me make sure that is...
Do we want to go around the giant holes or right through them?
Around them.
Yeah. That would be my vote.
Either way. So around might be back towards that direction we heard the thing from.
Well, I mean,
or we could go just straight down through these.
You see where I am here? Is that like a possible path? It looks like
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the path we came to go to meet the cleric.
Oh, okay.
Going right back south the way we came.
Okay,
Wait, but did we check out all that
I'll
stuff?
follow.
Sorry, what? Did we scout what?
Did we check out like this stuff over here to the left of this area?
No, nothing
This-
yet.
Okay.
All right. If that's the marching order, hold on. I see that the bard is still on the map from last game. Let me grab him real quick. So, if you're going to head down to that area where Detlin is, Detlin, as you reach those stairs, are you just headed up and through to the other side?
I'm gonna wait for the party to catch up at this point, and then maybe see how tall that wall is to try to scale it.
Okay, got it. As you and the rest of the party approach, let me go ahead and I'll scoot everybody up there. You are going to see that this wall here next to Detlin is basically these walls here on this lower floor are about anywhere from 20 to about 40 feet tall, depending on whether or not they go up to the second floor of the structures here. Then this cliff face here, actually, upon which these other structures are set, is another about 30 feet off the ground in total. So by the time that you get to this platform here, you're actually by platform, sorry, I mean just like this little earthen channel between these two walls. This is about 30 feet above your current position, and then these walls up here are still about 30 feet from where that is. So getting up this cliff face here from the outside is about 60. Getting up this cliff face from here is about 30. Does that all make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
At this point, given that we haven't actually went any farther than this, he's going to kind of look back at the rogue expectantly.
Okay. Here I go.
Do we want to keep going forward here and try to climb these walls, or do we want to kind of go? Looks like there's a path around this way where we could get up a little more elevation to make it to the bridge.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
not
I
that
like
long of a crawl.
climbing, but we could go that way.
Yeah, it's only 30-foot climb. You'll be fine.
Yeah, if I can climb down 200 feet, I can climb up 30.
All right, so so we go down the stairs and climb up that wall.
Up the stairs and climb up the wall. But if that's the plan here, then go ahead and Ash, you're the one who's gonna be going up that wall first. Is that the idea? You're gonna be climbing up right about here.
Yeah. I'm just going like straight up into those.
So go ahead and give me an acrobatics or an athletics check as you try and get up to this second level right here. All right, that's going to be a 24 on a scorching ray. All right, there we go. That's a 23 on an acrobatics. Ash, you are going to easily be able to pick your way up the stairs, past this crumbled door frame, and then also start basically idly setting one foot after another in various holds along the fairly bumpy, rocky surface of this wall, and in a matter of moments be up onto the top of it and looking back down at your companions with nary a concern. But it is at this time, as you get up to the top of it and you look back, you are going to see, as it looks like previously unbeknownst to everyone, having rolled fairly well on its stealth check and everyone not having rolled a perception as they approached this place, I am going to be shifting over to the map what seems to be this vile, twisting ooze of some kind emerging from that pile of rubble and about to overtake your party members as they find themselves unexpectedly right next to the creature. Ash, you are going to get a chance to get a surprise round off on this thing, but if you don't, it's going to get a surprise round off on your party members. So Ash, I need you to roll initiative against this ooze. All right, that's an 11. So the ooze is going to be going first, actually, which means that it is going to be able to try and just hit the entire party with an engulf attack. So I'm going to need
Not again, not again.
Everyone on the low ground to give me dexterity saving throws. That's Detlin, Zaris, Avari, and Jasir. 3 successes.
Not
and
gonna happen again.
1 failure. Detlin, you are going to be unable to respond in time as your companions basically part in front of you too quickly for you to get an idea of what's going on, and by the time that you've managed to understand why it is that they have parted in such a rapid manner, it is going to be too late for you to also then avoid the ooze that is going to come rushing at you. This thing is going to engulf you, and with that, unlike the black pudding, because of the size of this thing, it will not be an opposed athletics check. And from there, we go directly into combat as Detlin, you're going to take, to start, what is only going to be 8 points of damage from the engulf and the subsequent acid. Alright, then that is initiative for the rest of the party. One moment, let me get my tracker up and going. Alright.
Sorry, I think I messed that up.
Oh, no,
'cause I
you're
didn't-
fine. I will be able to sort it out. Right now, I've just got a couple doubles on the initiative order, so I need to make sure I get rid of those. That pudding is gone, so Ash, Avari, yeah, you should have had the 5. Jasir has the 7. Detlin has the 16. This ooze has already gone, but now it is in the initiative order at a 16 as well. And Detlin, Avari, Jasir, Ash is your... Yeah, your 11 is on there. Okay, so we are good to go. This is... Okay, that's strange. Oh, okay, there. I was just getting a little bit of lag. That's why. All right. The turn order is decided. It looks like top of the order in response to this ooze appearing is going to be Zaris. Zaris, you have seen a little bit too much of these amorphous, carnivorous, cavern-dwelling oozes for one 24-hour period. What would you like to do with your turn as you stare down this, like, just slithering amorphous mass of tentacle and membrane?
Do I need to disengage at this distance?
At that distance, you do not need to disengage. You are not currently threatened. Hold on, though.
Okay.
I will grab Detlin as he was engulfed. So he is actually going to be right here.
Okay, I'm gonna back up, and well, actually,
Okay.
enhance ability is that touch? And
I believe it is.
it is. Okay. Then I don't want to get up close and give him that chance to attack me. So yeah, I will back up and cast Scorching Ray.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That
3 of them.
got it. All 3 of those are going to hit. The ooze's AC is not particularly high. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. It's about average.
Okay, so that is about average. And the damage that would normally get perhaps turned like inwards towards Detlin because he's currently swallowed by this creature, is going to like take a little bit of an effect. So thanks to Detlin's fire resistance, though, it's not going to be a huge deal. As Detlin, you're going to take 3 points of fire damage, just 3 single point increments from each one of those rays. But other than that, you will be unaffected by the massive searing bolts of fire that tear chunks out of this ooze. Thankfully, hopefully making the job of then rending yourself from its stomach in the next coming round that much easier. And then from there, Zaris, is that the end of your turn after you've moved and cast Scorching Ray?
Yes.
Okay, then at that point, it will go over to our next, which will be Detlin. I just shifted the ooze down because you've got a higher dexterity than it does, so your 16 would have gone ahead of it in combat. So, Detlin, you are inside of this ooze. The thing has just had chunks blasted out of it, and there are now active leaks in its surface membrane. Now is as good a time as any. What are you going to do for your turn?
Is that a strength check to try to break out?
Athletics.
He's going to try to rip himself out of the ooze then.
Okay, go ahead and give me an athletics check to attempt to... Oh, all right, nicely done. You needed that as it rolled very high. You beat it by 1 point, sir. But that is going to be enough for you to stick out one of your gauntleted hands and begin tearing open at the surface of this and shearing it apart like so much like thick, uncured leather, and parting the creature as its inner fluids begin to seep out onto the cavern floor and kind of sizzle because of its acidic nature. You can then breathe again, at least for the time being, and you never would have thought the musty air of a cavern would taste so sweet compared to the inside of another creature's belly. But that is only going to be your action, as that is going to then free you from the creature's grasp. You are now next to it. You have your bonus action and your movement available to you, sir. What would you like to do?
Might as well do it right. We're going to go ahead and use second wind so I can get all those hit points back from ouch.
Okay.
We're going to action surge, slice at it, and then back up 10 feet.
Got it. All right, that 14, unfortunately, is not... Actually, hold on, let me check. It either has a 14 or a 15. Oh, no, I take that back. The 14 is exactly what you needed. That will be enough. That 5 is going to represent a small amount of damage. As the ooze's surface membranes, it begins to actively re-enmesh itself and weave its tension back together as it forces these sort of clotting agents to the surface, causing it to like heal over rapidly as if white blood cells surging towards a wound. That is your attack. That's everything. But your... Well, even with your movement, I guess. So you're going to let this thing take a swipe at you as you step back?
Yep.
Okay. It is going to, hit with a slam attack, as that is an excellent roll on behalf of that ooze, and that is going to almost knock you from your feet, Detlin, as you begin to back up, pulling the glaive and its bladed tip out of the ooze. You watch in horror as the thing lunges forward along its shaft, and then as you are wrenching the glaive back into your grip, it sort of hits you with this double whammy as another tentacle emerges from the ooze and just clocks you in the head hard enough to leave an indentation in your metal helm. That is going to hit for a total of plus the strength. That's going to be 15 damage. And Detlin. From there, we now go to the Ooze's turn, which is going to, looking at the situation in front of it, basically try to bowl over, and it's going to do a charge attack once more. This time it will only be affecting Avari and Detlin once more. I will need dexterity saving throws to avoid getting engulfed by this ooze. That's a 20 and a 19. All right, you're both going to be able to manage to avoid getting absorbed by this thing, so I will slide it back ever so slightly, as it is basically now here instead of on top of you directly. That because it used its engulf attack, it is not going to get a slam for this turn, which means that it is now Ash's turn. Ash Garahest, you are up there on the safety of the high ground. What would you like to do at this point?
Am I, like, does it know that I'm up here?
You don't know. You imagine that it's aware of you, but you know what, with the fact that it kind of just senses in direction without eyes or ears, but it doesn't seem to be like after you or concerned with you.
Okay, and I don't have advantage on this attack with them being right there, do I?
You do not have advantage, but due to the way that sneak attack works, your sneak attack is still in effect.
Okay.
Because you only, even though he's not flanked, having a companion next to them makes them vulnerable to critical attacks.
Okay, so I will. I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna shoot it with my short bow.
Okay.
And fail. I guess for my bonus action, I'm gonna go hide behind this wall. I'll hide right. I'll attempt to hide back there.
All right. Go ahead and give me a stealth check as you dip back after having watched that arrow skip off the stone a little bit above where the ooze was as its form undulates to weave underneath the attack. At 17, you are going to feel fairly confident about your ability to fade into the shadows as this battle rages on. So, Ash, after that, we go to Jasir. Jasir, it is your turn. You can see as your companions are currently, locked up in battle with this ooze. You do have a little bit of freedom of not being engaged. What do you want to do?
Would I be able to, is climbing half speed?
Climbing is half speed, assuming that you succeed the athletics check.
Got it. Okay.
And then I use kind of variable rules, which is like if the athletics check is poor, then it's worse, but if it's exceptional, then it's much faster.
Okay. I'm going to... I will cast Guiding Bolt. Or actually, with my bonus action, I'm gonna do. Oh, never mind. Guidance is a full action. So yeah, I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay. All right, 21. That's going to hit with the 15. You are going to send a burst of radiant energy into this creature that is going to blast out of the other side of it, arcing into some of the stone and cavern floor that's next to it and sending some of its life fluid spraying out. It is going to clearly not be very happy about that as it begins to sort of roil and bubble and seethe. The ooze equivalent of cursing and grumbling, you imagine. Jesse, that's success with your guiding bolt. You've got movement and your bonus action left. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I can't do much with my bonus. So I'm going to just move back a bit.
All right. Go for it. And then from there we go last but certainly not least, Avari. Avari, Renethe, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
I'd like to kill it, but I'm going to attack it.
Excellent. It's good to have goals.
All right.
That is going to be enough to hit. All right. 6 damage. That's your first attack.
I'm not seeing where I know how many I have.
So with your martial arts, monks can make 2 unarmed attacks if they make a full attack, if they with using their bonus action. So if you use your martial arts, you can get a second attack off.
Okay, and that's not a point, right? On the
No. And then if you use your martial arts in a turn, you can then use a point to get flurry of blows and get a third attack or a fourth attack, etc.
Okay, I'm going to use the martial arts at least for a second attack.
Yeah, using flurry of blows isn't actually an action of any kind, but it requires that you've already used your attack and then bonus action to attack. It's kind of a weird way of setting up the economy, but that 15 is also going to hit with your second attack. And it seems that your fists, as they sort of bounce off of this creature, are definitely doing some damage as you manage to sort of puncture its exterior, but you're going to find that the bludgeoning nature of the attacks is not going to be as effective on this creature as you would hope.
I was afraid of that.
That is just so that's your attack and your bonus. You still have your movement left. Is there anything you'd like to do?
I thought I saw disengage here, but I'd like to and then back up here a bit.
Okay. Monks can use a point to off of their I think it's it's a step of some kind. It allows them to spend a point and disengage.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Step of the wind, but it's a bonus action.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Having no bonus action available, unfortunately, that means that if you... Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, never mind then. I'm done.
Got it. And then we go top of the order to Zaris Locudora. Zaris, you see your companions are faring decently against this creature. What do you want to do?
Yeah, they're doing not so bad, thankfully. But I will. The stairs that I'm on there, is that another major step up, or can I get up there no problem?
You can get up there no problem. It
Yeah.
won't cost you any movement.
And is that a wall?
This right here. This is as flat as it looks. This doorway has collapsed.
Okay, yeah.
And so it's just on the
So
ground.
it's not providing me any cover or anything to hide behind.
No, certainly not. Not unless you are
or
laying on
blocking
your
my
belly,
view.
like over here.
Like a coward.
Mm-hmm.
No, I will.
All right. Moving back.
Yeah, and let off a flaming sphere.
Okay. That is going to be a 7. I'm going to get you a sphere token onto the battle map that you can move around at your behest. It'll take just a second. And that saving throw, it looks like for the time being, is going to be successful. All right. That damage calculated, you're going to see as this ooze, while it seemed rather nonplussed by the bludgeoning attacks of your monk's fists, it seems particularly damaged or upset or afraid of the crackling globe of arcane fire that has materialized next to it and is now singeing away and cauterizing its exterior. That
Excellent.
should be under your control now. And Azaris from there, unless you have anything else for your turn, we're going to go to Detlin.
No, that's it there.
Okay, Detlin, you are up and on the front line and most likely to be downed if this ooze is going to down anybody. What are you going to do here?
It's going to move around to pincer it and then just drop the glaive, take out the greatsword, and swing for the fences.
Okay. $15 is going to be enough in order to break that creature's AC. It's very lucky you decided to flank. Then that 10 damage is going to gouge that thing and then rip upwards with the greatsword, causing this split to emerge in the top of the ooze's surface, and it's going to begin bubbling over. But now you notice, as you've finally done this much damage to the thing, it looks as if as now the surface of it is no longer able to contain its acidic interior, it's going to begin spilling out onto the ground around it. And with that, you are going to, Detlin, for that attack, end up taking a total of 3 points of acid damage, as well as then Avari nearby. You are going to need to give me a dexterity throw, or a dexterity save, or alternately end up getting splashed by some of this. Right, that 13 is actually just not enough. And so you are also going to take 4 points of acid damage as you get sprayed now with some of this creature's innards. And it seems that as this thing kind of begins to wither and die, though it's starting to just kind of spit out these almost projectiles from its interior. Detlin, that's your attack, some of your movement. Anything else for your turn?
Bonus action, I'm just going to look over at the group and go, ow!
No.
Bonus action to wince. All right, we go now to the slime, aka ooze, and it is going to back itself away from the flaming sphere, so it doesn't have to worry about that for the time being. And then it is going to swing on Detlin using its slam attacks. Now, that is going to be a miss with the first, but a hit with the second. So, Detlin, you're going to take a total of... That's going to be 7... Or sorry, no, that'll be 9 physical, and then it looks like now that the thing has this, just sheen of acid that's pouring out of it, it's also going to do an additional 4 acid damage. So that's total 13. And then after that, yeah, that's going to be its turn. As we now go over to Ash Garahest. Ash, up on the cliff nearby, tucked behind that wall. It's your turn. What do you want to do?
All right, I'm gonna kind of sneak around the wall and hit it with a firebolt. Kind of aiming, if I can, around where that acid keeps spilling out from.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that attack roll. You will have advantage on this, as it is currently unaware, but that 19 will hit. We're just going to see if maybe... No critical today. So go ahead and roll damage. That has sneak attack on top of it. That is 5. Okay, there we go. Then there's the sneak. So that's 11 damage total as you manage to blast this thing with one of the fire bolts that you have only so recently learned how to conjure in your studies of magic. And you'll see as that is going to have this like cauterizing effect on the thing, and it kind of doesn't actually cause any of that splash damage that the melee attack a moment ago did. So, Ash, that's your attack. It's a little bit of your movement. I saw you darted back there. Are you just going to try and hide again?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to hide it.
Okay, Ash, go ahead and give me a stealth check, and we'll move on to Jasir. Jasir, wisely falling farther and farther back from that ooze. What would you like to do for your turn, sir?
Okay, I'm gonna start off casting Toll the Dead.
Okay. It looks like it's going to be able to make that save.
Okay.
All right. And with my bonus action, I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on Delton.
All right. Any movement, or is that the end of your turn?
That's it.
All right. Then from there, we go to Avari. Avari, you're up. Avari,
Sorry.
push to talk. No worries.
There isn't a whole lot I think I can do against it, so I am going to use that point to disengage and back up.
Okay. The monk is going to exhibit the better part of valor. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn besides back up and disengage?
Drawing a blank right now, so no. Let me think about it.
No worries. From there, we now go to top of the order with Zaris. Zaris Lokudora, you are up.
I'm gonna move down a little bit, and what can I see when I do?
Let me see where you are moving to. Just that? 5-foot adjustment? One moment. I'm grabbing the reveal
That's better.
tool.
15, 20 feet?
There we go. So from there, you're going to be able to see basically the cliff drop off at a sharp and steep angle. Meanwhile, there's kind of this small little ledge right here you can squeeze by to sort of work your way up onto the higher ground. But due to the fact that this little like path right here is very narrow and very, very steep, it would take both some time and a little bit of effort to get up it safely. Same is basically said of right here, trying to get up onto this. Whereas then these sort of pockets right here of stone between the like just giant chasms in the ground are like these very thin like ridges basically with very little room on which to stand. But you can and you could effectively, there's like 1 5-foot square on top of all of this like right here that you could walk along.
Okay. So this is a giant pit underneath that little land bridge-y thing.
Yep. Several
okay.
giant pits, actually.
Yeah, oh, well, yes, several. Okay, so not much place for me to run back there, but I'll use my bonus action to control that sphere, bring it around front, and sort of bash at that thing to try to get it to. It seems scared of that fire, so.
All right.
Do what I can with that.
Okay, go ahead. That'll be a failed deck save on behalf of the ooze.
Nice.
And that will... Go ahead and roll your damage for that flaming sphere.
Yeah, that is what? Let me see here.
2d6s.
2d6, yeah.
Okay, that's 8 damage. That is going to not kill the thing, but you're going to see as visibly this thing is starting to wither. What was that like kind of violent burbling and spitting of acid in the previous round is starting to wane, and it is likely on death's door. Zaris, is that the end of your turn?
Guys, you got this from here?
I think so.
Okay, I'll save my spell.
Then
Actually, let me use my action to try climbing up that wall.
go ahead and give me an athletics or an acrobatics in your attempt to do so. All right, with an 18, you are going to be successful, but with only a little bit of your movement remaining, basically you're going to get up to the lip of that cliff, but not on top of it. But you are safe, effectively.
Like,
you're not going to
hanging on to the lip at the edge.
You're not going to be your feet are not dangling over the abyss. They're dangling over solid ground. And then from there we go to Detlin, the Dragonborn fighter. Detlin, you are up, and hopefully, if you can down this thing, you won't have to endure another one of its harrowing, crushing attacks, which have been all but shattering your bone up until now.
And Detlin's going to let out a death roar, which in this being a dragon is going to be a fire breath.
Okay. Rolling. It looks like the ooze is not going to be able to make the save, but that 5 damage is not going to be enough to kill it, even with kind of its vulnerability to fire.
At which point I'm going to action disengage and run.
Okay, you got it. From there, go ahead. It is going to then move to the ooze's turn, which is going to sidestep that flaming sphere so it doesn't accidentally get triggered by that on its next turn. And let's take a look at this distance here. Hold on. All right. So what with Zaris having moved upwards, this thing is going to now use its movement and its engulf ability to try and grab a hold of Jasir and Avari. I will need dexterity saving throws from both of you, please. All right.
You got this.
That is not going to be enough, Avari, and you are going to find yourself engulfed by the creature. Jasir, that is going to be enough, and you are not going to be engulfed by the creature. Avari, as you get pulled into this thing and exposed to its acidic innards and kind of crushed underneath some of its mass, you're going to take a total of 7 points of damage, and that is going to then be the ooze's turn. Jasir, you are not engulfed by it, but you are now threatened by it as it is near you. From there, though, we are going to go to Ash Garahest. Ash, up on the high ground there. It is your turn. What are you going to do?
I'm going to say, "Oh, I got you guys. Give me a second." And I'm going to take out my short bow and shoot it. Short bow. I'm going to make sure to be avoiding the spot where my friend is.
Go ahead and take a shot with that short bow. You will not have advantage, but you will have sneak. Unfortunately, your stealth was not high enough last round. That 21 is totally going to hit, so go ahead and roll your short bow damage with sneak. That's 5. Ooh, nicely done. That is going to be enough to pop this thing. killing it. And that means that as it kind of floods and sort of its acid spreads out in all of these directions, I am going to need one final saving throw from just Jasir, as you are the only one in its radius, as it basically begins to now just run everywhere like a punctured balloon, and the acid is just boiling away at the rock underneath your feet and leaving behind these sizzling pockmarks. Jasir, ooh, that 5 is not going to be pretty. You're going to take a total of, it's going to be 11 acid damage. And then, meanwhile, on the interior of that Avari, you are going to be exposed to one last round of it, but far less because it's actually flooding away from you at this point. And so that's going to be a total of only 4 points of damage. And the ooze is dead. We are out of combat. Congratulations. Perhaps now the party might be a little bit more judicious about those perception checks. We're going to...
And I think I should probably cast Mage Armor on myself. Forgot about that.
One moment, I'm going to transition out of the battle music, but we have now grown yet closer still to the doors of the foreboding megastructure in the distance.
That one hurt.
Good job, my friends. You okay down there?
Okay enough.
Watch out with that slime.
She kind of stands up and brushes herself off, but she looks pretty crappy at the moment.
Here, take this shirt. Wipe yourself off. I'm gonna throw her the shirt. It's all right. Don't worry. It's good luck.
I'm not sure how to take that, so yeah, sure, she'll wipe it off and throw it back.
Okay.
Oh, damn. My
That's
shirt.
nasty.
Is my shirt okay? DM, is the shirt okay?
The shirt
Yeah.
is not in any way worse. I'll put it that way.
All right, I'll say hell yeah. I'll crumble it up, put it back in my little pouch. All right. Well, there's a good view from up here. There's a walkway. There's some pits. You guys want to come up?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I guess maybe we should slow down a little bit. Maybe take a better look around. I just got too excited.
No worries.
I'm not worried.
Would you like some enhanced perception there?
Sure.
Okay.
I love enhanced protection.
All right.
So,
Perception. Sorry.
perception or investigation? How do you want to look around? Because I can.
I'm gonna
Buff your-
perceive.
Okay. Then that'll be wisdom.
All right. So you're going
No.
to enhance wisdom?
I feel so perceptive.
And I'll cast guidance on him as well.
Before you do that, as he starts to,
Yeah.
you need to take a breath. Almost dead.
Oh, that's right.
Do you want to try and rest, or
Just a small one. Just give me enough time to catch my breath.
Okay. Do you want to use this
Yeah.
shirt as a pillow?
Nope.
Okay.
Pretty sure
I
if I
get-
laid my head on that shirt, I would die.
Okay. Thanks. It's not that ugly.
No, it's just the acid would probably be enough burns left to kill me.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
It's like
Okay,
chloroform.
so you're sick.
Okay,
You're not
so I'll
doing
hold
well.
off on that. Hold off on
Um,
enhancing your ability until we need that.
Okay. Should we maybe heal our friend here? Anybody want to give him some type of?
I can do a medicine check.
Oh no, rest is fine.
Start with
Rest
that.
is
Yeah.
Oh, he just wants to rest, he says.
Okay. Good. Yes, being
He's gonna eat
engulfed by
action.
oozes.
If he's gonna rest, then I'm gonna also short rest.
All right.
Me too.
Is the party taking a short rest then?
I
I'm
suppose
not
so.
gonna rest. I'll just watch out with my high perception.
Okay. Ash, go ahead and give me a perception then as you watch over your companions during this hour-long period of rest. As
I actually don't have high perception yet, I guess. I don't know.
I'm waiting for my... There we go. All right. My reveal tool was lagging on me there for a second. It was doing the thing where it only doesn't reveal things. So that...
You can add a D4.
Yep. You also... If you got that enhanced ability, you have advantage on that check.
I don't know. Okay, hold on.
Doesn't have it yet.
Oh, he
Yeah.
does not
I don't
have
have
it.
it.
Okay. I was not sure. It sounded like Azaris was playing around with that.
Hold off on that. Yeah.
Okay, got
Okay.
it. Got it. Thank you for the clarification. That 17 is going to yield results over the course of your stay here on this ledge as you are going to hear rumbling coming from deep within the earth. There is some sound coming from the bottom of these like rifts in the ground here. It sounds as if there are great walls of stone grating against each other somewhere, perhaps hundreds of feet away. It produces this haunting and almost disturbing echo that reverberates up from the ground like the gnashing of great teeth. And it makes you feel very small as you look around this cavern and realize that at any moment the stone could shift and you would be buried irreversibly under hundreds of tons of rock. Now, with that, you are also going to notice, and I'm going to draw a line here across the way, that there is up on a ledge. One moment, let me get the reveal tool. Kind of far. Reveal. There we go. And then basically up on this ledge far away, as I draw the line for the party to see, it's over here to the southwest. There is this light that begins emerging from somewhere back far enough on the top of that cliff that you can't see the source of it, but judging by the way that it emanates and with your 17 perception, Ash, you've been around the block long enough to know the difference between the crackling of torchlight and sort of the steady produced shine of magical light. And it seems like there is some source of magical light approaching from the west over here. And you're not really sure of anything beyond that. You can see in the distance as you peer through the darkness, there appear to be... Oh, one moment. Just waiting for the reveal to catch up. There we go. These sort of like great stone towers in between you and that higher cliff level. Though the only reason you can kind of see them is that now that there is that light emanating from like in the distance up on that cliff, it casts a very faint silhouette against the like massive stone structure that is sort of obscuring a little bit of its corona. Now, that is all that you see and hear during your stay over the course of that hour here. Nothing interrupts you, and you don't find yourself beset in any way by creatures or magic or traps of any kind. A reminder for everybody who's going to use hit dice to get those used, as well as, keep track of your either replenishing or depleting abilities at this time, as your short rest is complete and you may once again begin exploring these caverns slightly more refreshed than you were moments ago.
Are those lights continuing to move forward, or they're kind of staying there in where those towers are?
Go ahead and give me another perception check, as it's faint enough that it's kind of hard to tell. And it is obviously something that's going on over the course of some time. So I want to see if you're able to keep track of it accurately. All right, with that perception, it seems as if the light is coming from in that southwest direction, but it's hard to tell if it's advancing at all. Like, it's so faint, and you can kind of tell that it's moving, but it might be going like further away from you and coming closer rather than going from. So it might be moving north to south or south to north rather than going from west to east.
Okay, and you said that I didn't see anything in the darkness. I just heard some. Is it still rumbling currently?
The rumbling has subsided. That began maybe 10, 15 minutes into your watch, and then after about 5 minutes it went away, whereas those lights began towards the end of your watch and have yet to go away. After having, if you point them out to the rest of the party, they're easily visible.
Yeah, I guess seeing everybody kind of get up, like, hey guys, hope you had a good rest. Some peculiar things happened while you guys were resting. We heard some rumbling, and I saw some lights. Check out those lights over there. They look special.
I'll sit up or stand up, and I'm gonna make a perception check, trying to see if I can figure out what's going on.
Okay, go for it.
I'd like to as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Pile it on. That's 11. That's a crit failure.
What light?
What light indeed. All right. And as misfortune would have it, I need to roll for variance on that critical failure. But it seems that, indeed, you are going to find yourself kind of getting closer and closer to the edge of this like land bridge and the precipice over which it spans as you are trying to make out this light in the distance and maybe shed some sort of information on the subject of whether or not it is moving. When you, Reyna, are going to see come barreling out of the darkness below what seems to be a sinewy tentacle of some kind that is of this sickening green color, as if mold covered, like rot and stone almost, and at its interior there's like this porous mineral quality to it. But this tentacle is not alone, as it is joined by a couple more shortly after, pouring out of the stone below. And
oh my god,
you are going to watch as it begins to slam at the surface of the rock, basically as if blindly feeling for things. Based on the arrangement there, I'm going to need dexterity saving throws from Avari and Ash at this point, as you are also close enough. That's a 5.
Oh my god!
And that's a 19. All right. With that, Ash, you are going to be able to dance backwards effectively, as unfortunately Avari, seemingly new to all of this, is going to get grabbed by one of these tentacles, and it is going to manage to wrap itself around you. That is
This is going to be the shortest game ever.
That is going to trigger initiative once more as our companions get into this. I'm going to clear the turn list and then ask for everybody to roll. Make sure to click on your character tokens before you roll. Otherwise, I'll have to add it manually. And let's see what this thing gets. Ooh, nice. All right, that's going to be a
-5.
17.
Damn it.
And let us see here. It looks like initiative. Let me make sure that everybody's on this list. As that's a 15, 23, 7, 14. Okay, that's everyone. We'll sort that. And it looks like Avari, for your misfortune of being grabbed up by one of these thrashing tentacles, you at least have the fortune of going first. Your adrenaline spiking and managing to basically throw you into action faster than anybody else around you. But you are, as I just shifted your token there, in the precarious position of while you're trying to free yourself, you are now in the air, basically being waved around by this massive creature. And if you don't time this correctly, you could find yourself freeing yourself from its grasp, only to then plummet into one of these pits.
Okay. You know what? Am I close to that? I'm really close to that. Am I up near the top of that ledge or near the bottom where it has me in the air?
You are closer to the top of it. You're like, that ledge is the closest ground to you, and it's about 10 feet beneath you.
I'm gonna use my zodiac sign.
Okay.
Once per long rest, I can use an action to blink through the ethereal plane 10 feet.
In a random direction.
Oh shit, I just read the random. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So are you going to still activate it?
Why the hell not? Let's see.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a D8 as we determine basically which direction you are going to go. All right. That's a 3. So I need to roll one more time. All right. You are going to go both up into the air, but also to the southeast of your current position. So you are going to, I believe your zodiac sign it's 10 feet, correct?
10 feet.
Yep.
Yeah, 10.
That means that you are going to not get that far from where you currently are. You're still going to be over solid ground, as your angle is more up than it is to the southeast, but barely so, as you look down and now see that you are like directly, like one leg is over the edge and one leg is on the ground. But that did remove you from the creature's grasp, which is now going to have you falling through the air. You are about 30 feet off the ground at this point, a little more. So I'm going to need an acrobatics check from you as you fall.
I have slow fall.
Oh, in which case
Ooh.
that will suffice.
I can use my reaction for that.
Go ahead then. And that will prevent you from needing to make an acrobatics check and also potentially plummeting over the side of that cliff.
And it reduces any falling damage by an amount 5 times my level.
Okay. So, slow fall, or in effect, you are going to be able to drop to the ground without... Let me double check on the phrasing of that, but I don't think you should sustain any damage in that descent. Because I don't... you used to have to be near a wall, but I do
It doesn't say it on this one.
You know, I was just double checking. You do not need to be near a wall. So yeah, you are going to be just fine. Landing, that is going to be your reaction in order to do the slow fall. It's going to be your bonus action in order to trigger your zodiac sign, and then that leaves you having used some of your movement just through the fact that you've had to fall. You've got about 15 feet left and an action at this point, now standing there on the precipice of this, like, precipice.
Well, actually, the zodiac sign was an action.
Oh, it's full action, in which case you have your bonus available to you, and that's it.
I still have some movement, right? You said?
Yeah, and 15 feet of movement.
Okay, I'm gonna go up there.
All right, you got it. This creature, though it seems to sort of threaten this entire area, it doesn't look like it has the ability to attack when creatures are disengaging from its, direct melee distance, as it doesn't seem to be particularly aware of you, what with there not being any eyes or sensory organs on the ends of these tentacles, almost as if they are flailing. And then we are going to go over to the tentacles themselves, as they are each going to smash at the ground and attempt to find... Oh my god, that is ridiculous. Okay, so each one of these things is going to start looking for players, and because of this thing's reach, it is going to be able to get at the three closest. Ash, you are going to be hit with a slam that is, unfortunately for you, at critical. So it is going to do a total of... That's... You're going to get rocked for 22 damage as one of these tentacles barrels into your chest with the strength of a stone pillar, and you can feel the wind get knocked from your body and a couple of your rib cages crack. I'm going to need an acrobatics or an athletics check from you in order to not get swept across the floor of the cavern by the strength of this blow, as this creature apparently has a knockback of some kind. That is going to be enough as you go loose with the brushing of this tentacle and kind of fall to the floor in an impromptu limbo that saves your life as the tentacle passes over you. Then we go to Zaris, who...
Sorry, GM. As a reaction, I want to do Hellish Rebuke.
Okay, go for it. All right. I believe Hellish Rebuke is... Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I just want to...
Oh, sorry. They got to do a... let me see. It's some type of check.
Yeah, I was just... I believe it's a wisdom saving throw.
Dexterity saving
Dexterity. Got it. This is not going to be able to succeed that.
Okay.
And so that fire is going to take effect as you get knocked down momentarily, but recover and then channel your tiefling heritage into the form of this literally radioactive ire that you concentrate on this creature, that then explodes some of the mass of its tentacle and sends it flying across the chasm, and a little bit of it is sort of like singed and burns along the edges from the energy that you have just basically run through this creature's appendage. That is your reaction.
It's going to make the tentacle just too short to reach me, right?
Unfortunately not, as it's a different tentacle. And then Zaris, you are going to get hit. That is not going to be a critical, but it looks like that's going to be 15 damage anyway. And I'm going to need an athletics or an acrobatics for you to not get swept across the battlefield in a direction. All right, that is enough. This check isn't particularly high,
good.
But that is, taking from Ash's example, enough for you to kind of just go limp as this thing comes crashing into you. You feel like you have sustained internal damage and are bleeding at this point, probably from multiple points, as you cough up a little bit of blood, having been struck so hard you feel as if your heart might stop. And then last but not least, Avari, it managed to also hit you with its last attack, and that is going to be, well, somewhat lower actually. You're only going to take a total of 9 points of damage from this thing as it manages to slam into you, but also the acrobatics or athletics check, please, to see if you get dragged. You do not. So the three of you are going to manage to basically prevent yourself from being thrown around by this, and that is going to be the creature's turn. We now go to Zaris Lokudora. Zaris, you are up. You have just been hit for, I think, about half your health. What would you like to do?
Yeah, just over half. Fuck, guys, get out of here! And I'm gonna run back to the relative safely towards the smartest person in the far back.
Sure. Go ahead and make your adjustment. Okay, it does not get an attack upon you. Note that where you just move is actually elevated. That wall is about
Oh, okay.
is fairly tall. So, yeah, you are back
Yeah,
there.
I'm not going to climb it or anything.
Zaris, you've moved. Anything else for your turn?
No.
Okay. Then from there we go to Ash. Ash, you are up. What would you like to do?
Ash is like, oh, this slime. I'm gonna yell out to my friend down there, Avari. Avari, you gotta get away from that thing. And then I'm gonna run far away. I'll just dash over to these stones.
All right. Then from there we go to. It was at the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Then from there we go to Detlin. I'm also going to pull back and reveal some more of the terrain there as you move over Ash, and your dark vision is going to allow you to see some of the map in that direction. Just give me a second for my polygon to take hold. But that is, Detlin, it's your turn. Detlin?
Dylan is going to dash as well and get on the other side of the rocks.
Got it. Those stones there are, at this point, actually large enough that, unlike the ones that were on the lower ground, those ones you could hide behind. They're not great cover, don't get me wrong, but if you squat and kind of tuck up, you can sort of more or less cover your whole body mass.
I'll take like half cover.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to cower behind the rock. I'm trying to still see what's going on.
got it. Detlin, is that your turn?
Yep.
All right, from there we go to Jassir. Jassir, what would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna yell out to our friends. Yeah, we gotta go. And I'm gonna move and dash.
All right. Where are you going to end up is the next question. Okay, got it. Heading over there. Then that is at the end of the order, going to bring us to the top of the order with Avari Renetheg. I think we've got enough time to get through one more initiative order before we hit break for the time being. So, Avari, you are up. What would you like to do?
Run away.
Running away. The better part of valor.
I can't remember the heights, so I'm gonna.
Yeah. Smart.
I think that's, yeah. Because I can't. Sorry, I can't climb up from there, can I?
You can certainly. It's about 30 feet up at that point. Because the ground is kind of at a slope as you get further and further north, which means that you would have to like really ace an athletics check to be able to get up there in with your remaining movement.
Okay. If I go all along this wall to the other side, from the outside, like
Yeah.
that, how far up would it be to get up from over there to get where they're at?
Over there, the cliff face is actually still just as high, but you see that there is quite a bit of piled rubble in that corner, and so the distance is reduced to about 25 feet or so.
Okay, I will make my way that way. So I think I had just one left here, so that's it for this turn.
All right, you got it. From there, then, we go now to the tentacled beast that is threatening the entire party, really. Many of you are within one or two smacks of death, as it is going to, having at least forced for the time being the party to retreat, it's going to disappear from sight.
Holy cow.
Watch that other hole there, guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. And sure enough, as the monk intones her dire
Oh my
warning,
God.
you are going to see moments later with a rumbling, those same tentacles re-emerge from deep within this pit. And they are going to be close enough that...
No.
All right. Zaris, you are going to get struck for a total of, that is 12 damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to need an athletics or acrobatics check in order to prevent getting swept across the battlefield. That is successful.
Oh my god, that was so close.
Then from there, it has only one remaining attack because it had to move, which does impede this thing's economy, which is also, though, man, this thing is batting 1,000 right now. And that second attack is going to manage to connect with Ash. Ash, you are going to take a total of, plus strength modifier, that is going to be a total of 14 damage from this thing. And I'll need an acrobatics or an athletics check.
I'm down.
Ash goes down as this thing cracks into his side, and you see the otherwise nimble tiefling tries to dance out of the way, but it's just too much. And if you go down, that means we're going to need a death saving throw, and this creature is going to get a chance to swat you across the floor. I'm going to determine which direction that is randomly. It doesn't get to just like pull you to its most convenient location.
Oh, no.
That is one death saving throw failure. And then from there, it is going to, it looks like based on the dice, hold on. Let me grab Ash's token and get it to the forefront, as well as Zaris's. There we go. All right, so it is going to, as luck would have it, actually end up battering you out of its reach as you get sent like tumbling across the stone and like the floor itself. However, the problem is that is actually damage, which is the other reason that like its attacks have sort of this twofold. So that's an automatic death saving throw failure. So you are 2 down at this point, and Zaris, you are up. Ash is looking really bad.
Help me.
How high is that wall that I'm up against?
That wall is about 15 to 25 feet at its tallest. Right where you're at is at about 20.
Okay. How sturdy might I, expect it to be versus this thing? Based on the, crumbling, is it
you imagine this thing could
apart?
definitely beat that wall down, but it would not be easy.
Okay. Well, it is probably better to be off the ground, away from its tentacles a little bit. So I will Misty Step up there.
Okay. All right. Misty stepping up there. We now get to a very tense moment as Ash has failed 2 death saving throws at this point. Wait, I'm only seeing 1.
You said the other was automatic.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm losing my own train of thought here. So that is going to mean that now as Zaris ends their turn without any aid to Ash, give me another death saving throw to see if you survive.
Mueller. Lord Mueller, my savior.
No,
Oh my-
Ash! You are unfortunately not going to be able to make it. No.
I was about to stop playing too. You know, Mueller was about to come back in here, take the reins.
Well, you're gonna have to explain to
Oh no.
Mueller what happened. Unfortunately, that
Take my gold.
is a death. The first we've had in a couple of sessions, actually, as this tentacle beast hits like a freight train. You are going to then, Ash, at your turn passes on to Detlin, and Detlin, you are
Rest
up.
in peace.
Rest in power, Ash. Rest in power. We will do a drawing for the that seat in just a moment, as we are almost to the end of the initiative order, and as well, I think likely the party is going to flee from this combat for the time being. Detlin?
Detlin's going to rush over to him, drop on his knees, grab the med kit out, and reach down and go, too late.
Oh man.
All right. Jasir, that is then your turn. What would you like to do?
Ugh, all right. Is this all flat here?
That is more or less flat, yes.
Okay. Where the party currently is, would we be able to see any more to the east?
Where the party currently is, let me actually, we'll do a little bit of an expansion to that. And then also, you'll be able to see a little bit more of this as... All right.
All right. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna use my action to dodge.
Okay. With that, we are going to get to the top of the initiative order, and it is going to be no secret that at this point the creature's tentacles cannot reach any of the party, and so as it continues to slam at the ground and send stones flying about, I'm going to ask for basically... Well, no, you're far enough away that you are all able to easily enough take cover from this thing. And while it has not left yet, for the moment you are going to be out of combat. And that does put us right at the 2-hour mark, more or less, which is when, for those of you watching, I like to take a little bit of a break just to let our adventurers recover and get some quick water, food, use the restroom, that sort of thing, myself included. It looks like we've had our first death of the evening, and I am going to, when I get back from the break, I'm going to roll for that and get a new contestant into the game. If you have not signed up for the player roster this evening to become available for play, I recommend doing so now, as there is about to be a new slot available for one of the main 4 seats. Everybody, I wish you the best of luck, and until we return, I would just remind anybody who may have tuned in at this point that not only are you watching a game of Dungeons & Dragons play out, but this is also a community-based competitive competition in which there are real cash prizes and precious stones that get awarded, as well as we are raising money for rotating charities. So your adventurers and the things that they endure are literally a life and death struggle to help provide some much necessary aid in the real world from which we come. Now, we are going to take that break, and in the meantime, the Guild of Mazes asks you but one question. So, you think you can quest?
AC doesn't matter, critical damage
hello. If you're watching this, chances are you're not joining us live at 6 p.m. on Sundays or Tuesdays, Pacific Standard Time, when you could be a part of the action as a contestant or a fan, being a part of the action, influencing the contestants in real time as they read the Twitch chat and avoid deadly traps or otherwise terrible blunders because of your clever advice. Or they could stumble yet deeper into trouble as you lie to them and set up a nefarious web of deception that ultimately leads to their demise and you and your friends getting into the game as contestants. And then you could win cash prizes, or precious stones, or give it all away to charity and be famous for your magnanimous behavior. All of these are options, but you will have to join us at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sundays or Tuesdays at the Twitch channel provided below this video. And we are back, everybody. I just realized that I left everyone on a blank screen. That was a bad look on my behalf. But Sly Tie, it looks like, in the break managed to make it to the drawing for that available seat, as they had shown up for a number of prior games that they did not get drawn for and had accumulated a fairly good grip of chances. So Sly Tie, if you are still out there, you just made the pick for one of the seats into the game. No. Okay. It looks like Sly Tie's computer is updating, but they are on their way. Don't worry about it for the time being. If you can get it done within the next, 5-10 minutes. Okay, yeah. Got it. Oh, Sly, no. It looks like Sly's computer is gonna... Well, we'll see. They will either be with us here in a moment, or they will not. And in the meantime, obviously, our players are in the middle of it, so we've got plenty of action to cover. So I'm going to just scoot the frames over just slightly so the video feed is in sync. But players, feel free to take it away at this point. What would you like to do?
I'm going to finish going along the wall to catch up with the rest of the party.
Okay. That wall...
I'll climb back.
Yeah.
Yeah. You slink around the back of the wall. I'll climb down from the top and meet up with them at the bottom.
All right.
While they're doing
a
that,
roll
I'm
for the
just going to...
climbing down.
One moment. Sorry, Detlin, what were you going to say?
While they're doing that, I'm going to cut his coin purse off of him, look over at the cleric and go, "You don't know how to bring it back yet, do you?"
Unfortunately, not there yet.
Then we are going to grab him by both of his wrists, spin him around, and toss him at the monster so he can distract him.
Damn. A warrior's death.
A warrior's death. So make sure as you're taking everything off of Ash's body that you, as players, divide it up by making a hard record of it into chat so that nobody accidentally gets doubles. And that if there's then any dispute in future games, we have an archive to refer to. And then at the meantime, just to touch back in on with Avari, down there in the lower half of the cavern floor, you will see that right here basically is where the cliff actually starts rising again. It looks like this section of the wall crumbled when the land underneath it fell away. So this is actually kind of that 25-foot area that I was talking about where the rubble is. Go ahead and give me an athletics check to get up that. It doesn't seem like it'll be much trouble, but you never know. Ooh, you do never know, indeed. That is going to be a close one, but you are going to scramble about here. One moment, let me grab that token. I just realized I was on the wrong map level. So you are going to scramble up to about here, and then because of that 6, you're going to fail to make it all the way up, but you're not going to injure yourself, and instead you trigger this cascade of bricks that tumble backwards towards the ground, and you are going to be able to stay on top of them and keep yourself safe. However, that does mean that now the check to get up it is going to be even more difficult because the ladder that the brickwork had supplied in its ruins is now somewhat destroyed. Go ahead and give me another athletics check to see if you can get up this new, slightly more difficult terrain. All right, that 13 is going to be enough. The 12 was the DC there, as this cliff still provides many handholds, and there's a lot of just like open surfaces upon which to put your feet and rest. So it's going to take you a little bit of time, but you are certainly going to be able to get back up there and rejoin the party. In the meantime, I know you are all busy. Oh, I never made Ash's character sheet available to the party. You wouldn't know what to take off of them.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just, oh, duh. That's a necessary part of this. So Ash, show to players. Okay, that is going to then be, you should all be able to see Ash Garahest currently in your character journals. As this is going on, those tentacles are going to continue to slam at the ground, but they are not going to be able to reach you. They seem to extend a maximum of about 30 feet away from any given crevice. But that is it. And it seems like over here there is not going to be a really enough of a pinch to capture any of the party. So this is going to slam about for 5-10 minutes before finally subsiding and then slithering back to the very hole from which it came.
Still don't see his sheet.
Let me...
Yeah, I don't either.
Let me refresh. I don't, so.
Oh, that's strange.
I don't know.
I'm looking at the... It should have... There we go. I hit the show to players button and it didn't do it, so I had to go in and manually just make it available. But
Yeah.
okay. There we go. Everybody should be able to see it and check out what's on it.
So he had 255 then.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay. It looks like Sly Ty is not going to be able to make it this evening.
Oh.
I am so sorry, Sly.
Sorry.
It looks like the fates have denied them once again. Their paladin is just too powerful for this world. So that is going to throw us back into a drawing for a new player to join us. I'm going to see who is available this evening, but it's one... Looks like 2, 3. There are not that many people in the player roster this evening. We're going to see who manages to take that next seat. And it looks like, based on what I'm seeing here, Rucifer, you are going to be able to join us this evening as you and your persistence have paid off. Ru, if you are out there, you are going to be able to slide into this game. Let me get you the ability to join us in the chat. Ru, let's see if they can join us. But party, please don't let me stop you. You've certainly got your situation to deal with.
Do you want an athletics to see how far I chuck him toward the beast?
Sure. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Did you empty his pockets first?
Yeah, I figured you guys were
Cut the coin bag.
gonna.
That was it. I cut his coin porch and let him keep his weapon so he could die with honor.
There, Somebody mentioned those flowers they wanted to take off of it.
Hoping they're in his coin purse or his backpack, one of the two.
They're in the backpack. I can see them there.
Okay.
Okay. There's no point in burying his backpack with him, so
All right. Rue
he's not going very far
is
anyway.
joining us. I'm gonna have to shift around the name tags and the tokens here in a minute. But Rue, you're going to be rejoining us as Lupe nonetheless. But it is important to. Oh, whoa. Okay. Hold on, everybody. Sorry about that. There we go. The display switched over to the wrong screen there for a second. So you'll be able to rejoin us as Lupe. I'm going to take a second to adjust the character name tags and tokens. You can feel free to drop Lupe down with the rest of the party if you want. But remember, you will actually teleport back to the surface, and because the location for the targeter of the Guild of Mazes teleportation is set at the fountain currently, you are going to provide a crucial potential relay for our cavern-dwelling party members, as you now have one above-ground party member. And so if you wanted to, you can use your relay system to potentially teleport out of here. Or teleport Lupe directly down here so that he can accompany you and begin getting on this way.
Might be a good idea to have a healer.
Yeah, get him right down here.
Is that the plan?
That's what I would vote for.
Party?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Let's bring him down into the fray.
All right. A quick 10-minute ritual will provide Lupe with the necessary beacon in order to attune his guild piece and be zanked through the Guild of Mazes' rather overworked teleportation network. And though it is effective, Lupe, you are going to feel the visceral effects of it in your bloodstream, as being disassembled and reassembled into consciousness is no small thing. And your sickness will take an hour to overcome at this point, as you find yourself just not having the benefit of the fifth player's, kind of better and more frequently primed teleport that alleviates those symptoms. You are a bit nauseous.
While that kind of beacon ritual is happening, I'm going to go on the other side of this wall and just kind of go up a little bit just to kind of see what is more to the south.
Okay.
I need to lie down somewhere and tend to my wounds.
Got it.
Yeah.
So is the party attempting to rest then at that point?
Well, if he is going to attempt to rest, Dalton's going to walk around everybody and drop 50 gold in their hand.
Pay no mind to the corpse that I just threw over this cliff.
Not a corpse. Not just a corpse.
A friend.
Yeah.
All right, Lupe, let me get you. All right, all the tokens and the name tags are taken care of. Lupe, you are there with the rest of them.
Sweet. I'm still loading in
puts us up against things we can't face.
Got it.
Greater odds. But she's there for those who would...
So nobody is... All right. Nobody's attempting to short rest at this time? Is that what I'm gathering?
No, I think we were.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was doing too many things to listen, I guess.
Short resting, he's going to just sort of wander around and give us money as we're recuperating.
I'm going to explore a bit, and I'll keep watch.
All right, so Jassir, you are not going to rest?
No.
Okay. That is, I guess, more what I was driving at. So With that, Jasir, you're going to be able to see that area more or less as you continue to approach. But it looks like, for the most part, this is fairly swept clean of a lot of the like ruin and stonework that was collapsed on the the level of the cave floor below this sort of plateau that you've stepped up to. The ground here, you cannot help but notice, looks like likely has been cleaned by that tentacle monster, as there are signs of the thing having otherwise been the responsible agent in whatever collapsed this wall over here and this structure as well, and likely pulled all of the excess brickwork into the adjacent pit. Then past that, you notice that this stalagmite right here, the way that it comes out of the ground is most unnatural, and it looks like it obviously probably shattered whatever the base of this, or the spire of which this wall is kind of the base of. You see that most of the stone around it has the same kind of texture as if, like, kind of the, like, well, I guess loose sediment is the best way to put it, as if like this stalagmite was almost poured over something rather than in rapid form, rather than like formed naturally over a course of thousands of years and volcanic heating and cooling. Yeah.
I'm gonna walk back to the party and ask Lupe. I'll say, while these guys are resting up a bit, want to explore just a tiny bit more to the south?
Yeah, just give me a moment. As
Yeah,
he starts vomiting.
you can throw up into the pit, but watch out for the tentacles.
Tentacles? What did I miss? I was only gone for, what was it, a day?
Not even. You, Lupe, you basically warped back to the guild hall, were able to get a nap, and then woke up, and they were like, "Oh, you're going back."
Interesting day so far.
I'm gonna expand this a little bit. Hold on, you would be able to see more.
Yeah.
All right. What are you trying to explore then exactly, Jassier? What was your intention with that?
Yeah, I just want to see if this kind of like further down south connects to, like where the that same elevation where the dungeon is, or if there's like if it's just a chasm on the other side.
Okay, got it. Are you sending the bard to do that?
I'm going also.
Going also. All right. Heading
and
over.
Devlin, I guess.
Yeah, and Detlin is joining you. You are going to notice that it looks like getting. Oh, sorry. Waiting for my reveal tool to. There we go. Getting closer to the base of that now ruined spire, you're going to see that it looks like the chasm there does not go all the way to the wall, and instead there is actually quite a bit of exposed cliff face and like climbable area, as well as a fairly easy access to the eastern side of this giant earthen stair. It's worth noting that each one of these steps is about 4 feet tall. So while you can hustle over them, you do have to like muscle up onto your forearms and then sort of slide your feet over, making it a fairly slow ascent. During that time, also, now that you've sort of spent that second hour to short rest, I see that people have used their hit dice, and we've now moved some to kind of solidify that time has passed. You will notice that Jasir, the origin of the light that you saw earlier when you were kind of looking out during that previous short rest, is going to have made its way closer to the actual temple gates, or dungeon gates, if you will. Now, one moment, let me make sure I've got the right character here. Yeah, okay. and you are going to see that it looks like something is causing that light to originate now from up here on these steps. But the problem, as I ping the map, as you sort of see whatever figure it is sort of shedding this light, all you can tell is that they are wearing a cloak, and you can just see the very, very tip of the top of their, like, where it comes to a point, as well as the glowing either wand or magical torch of some kind that they are holding up above their head, as if like a bar light LED, sort of scanning about the area. They likely, judging on the way they're sort of just casually panning about, are not aware of you, or at least not in any way kind of behaving as if threatened. They are just sort of casually meandering. You get the idea that this figure is likely investigating this area as much as you are back here. Hold on, I'm going to just recenter us all back where the party is. So that's what you see as you begin to approach here and get close enough to really see all of the rest of that highland.
Can I tell what color that little tip I see is on the cloak?
It looks to be brown or otherwise like nondescript at this distance. It doesn't seem to have the vibrancy of like the kind of telltale color of an assigned mage.
Got it. I'm gonna just kind of sit down, or just like lean my back against the little wall the wall I'm at, and chill there for a sec.
Okay.
Want me to try to get closer?
I think we should keep our distance for now.
That's perfectly fine. Yeah, best idea.
Okay. Everyone, what's your course of action here?
Wait for him to no longer be sick.
Okay. That will take only moments, of course, because you've short rested at this point, and Lupe arrived before that. So you will be able to, I mean, at the point that you're up here scouting, right around the time that Lupe is complaining about needing to get his head straight, he will, in fact, be able to get his head straight.
I'll head back over to our resting companions, and I'll say, the magical light seems to grow ever closer. I don't. It looks like they're scanning the area much like we are. I don't think they're aware of us, but we should definitely proceed with caution. We explored a little more to the south, and there is some space away from the chasms that we'd be able to make it up the stairs towards the dungeon. We just need to decide if we want to go there and try to beat the mage, or if we want to wait it out and see if they pass.
Do we know who it is?
I
Down
can't.
here.
I could. They're still quite far away. I saw just a little swatch of their robe, and it seems that they have a brown cloak, but they're pretty far, so I can't be certain.
Do you think it's a denizen of this dungeon or temple or whatever?
It could be any number of things. There's a little half wall, 50 feet to the south. We might want to go over there to at least have some cover while we figure out the best move. And I'll start walking back towards the stalactite and the wall.
Okay.
I'll follow.
You got it. So the party is
Tap out his pipe. So we've passed around some burgundy leaf, but yeah, I'll tap out Ash's pipe, pocket that, and trudge along behind him.
Okay. That is going to kind of bring everybody up to this area, but then what is the plan? Wait, is that seemed to be the consensus? I don't think anybody else was
How
pushing
far
that.
away? At this point, how far away is the light source?
The light source is, let's take a measurement. Looks to be about roughly 130, 140 feet. They're kind of meandering. Like, this is the closest that it's getting. Is this where I have the arrow currently? So the closest it's getting is about 135. The farthest it's getting is about 165 as it wanders away from there, kind of in and out between those crumbled pillars and just the area in general.
It looks like whoever this is, they're wandering right in front of this dungeon door. We can either wait it out or at least try and get a surprise attack on them, or at least figure out who they are. But after the day's current events, I can't imagine they're friendly.
Let me see what I can do then.
All right, Lupe.
Getting a surprise attack on him. Yeah, that's what Ash would have wanted.
I'll pat
over here.
I'll pat Lupe on the
Actually, no.
back, casting guidance
Okay, guidance.
or whatever they're doing.
All right, Lupe, you've got guidance. I see you sliding your token up. What do you want
like
to do
to-
from here?
I would like to stealth up and possibly eavesdrop on a possible conversation.
Okay, go ahead and slide your token to where you would like to get, and then roll the stealth check, and we will see how far you make it, or, if you make it and perhaps accidentally alert them to your presence, or,
Is this
Like last time?
is this elevated at all, or is this flat?
That is elevated. That area right there that you're looking at is much like it looks like the roof of a structure that has caved in. The area
I'll move on.
underneath it is pretty much still filled out. So this little square right here is a solid barrier for a line of sight. Much like the rest of these structures, this seems it's almost like double tall. So the even though it's a one-story building, you gather, it's almost 25 feet up until where the ceiling is. So it's still quite a climb, but it's not impossible by any means.
What was that guidance?
It's a D4.
Yeah. And
Roll well.
all right.
It's better than what I had.
It is. It's 3 better than what you had. Lupe, you are going to begin drawing nearer to this scene when, unfortunately, loose stone along the floor that blends in very well with the smooth stone is going to kind of get kicked underneath your foot and skitter across the surface. While there were obviously much louder noises in here, not but an hour ago, as that tentacled beast was slamming about and trying to destroy things, you're not going to, with that, trigger some sort of instantaneous response, but you are going to watch over time as headed your direction. It looks like the source of that light is going to reveal itself. I'm going to put it on the token layer and zoom in so the stream can get a good look at the character model. But you will find right here, as we get closer and closer to it, the mage in question is going to reveal their face to be horrifically deformed by these small tendrils and like almost gill-like pockets that emerge on the side of their face and where their collarbone is exposed. They are going to have kind of similar growths along their forearms, and as they are scanning that area, Lupe, they are going to give out a call as they say, I know that you are out there. Through graveled and raspy breath that sounds almost wet with some kind of blood or mucus from deep within, the mage calls again. You stand no threat to us. Die now and be sacrifice, or die later and be tribute. And with that, they are going to turn around and begin walking back in this direction. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so the stream can see what I'm talking about. And with that, they are also going to be kind of disappearing from sight once more as they kind of get over the sort of line of the horizon. So I will be returning them to the layer beyond. Lupe, you are there, stock still behind that boulder as your companions are huddling nearby out of sight. You know you just got made by that mage, but it seems like they have more pressing concerns for the time being and have not decided to pursue you. Do you? What's the play? Are you going to remain there for a moment, or are you going to try and get back to your party? What are you doing?
I think the safe bet would go back to the party.
Yeah, reveal our location. That's a safe bet.
All right, Lupe, you are going to come back around that corner to the party, and what with the failure of your stealth being fairly evident with the mage's words out into the cavern, the rest of the party is going to have very disappointed looks waiting for you.
Yes.
All right, I see Detlin is moving to the south.
Detlin's going to try to be stealthy.
Okay. Are you trying to also climb that wall, or are you just moving along it as a perimeter?
Just moving along it.
Okay, got it.
I'm moving along it, really just making sure I'm clear away from that hole.
So as that happens, you're going to be able to discern the voice of that mage once more, but this time it will be too far away for it to be actively recognizable as common. Instead, you will just hear these guttural croaks, and in response, there will also be these sort of return sounds that are made almost inhuman in their quality. The way that they just sort of have this like wet, almost clapping noise about them, like the maw of a fish gasping for air on dry land. You are going to, without a necessary perception check, get the sense that that mage is not up there alone and is probably accompanied by at least two more things, whatever they are. But even though they start calling to each other in response to your, like, the tromping of your boot heel, Detlin, they do not seem to run over to the area in which you're in. You don't see them come down over the steps or move closer to the east at this time. So they are going to remain out of sight. Jasir, I also see you moved up. At this point, are you making any bones about trying to be stealthy at all, or are you just running towards that cliff face?
Yeah, I'll try to be stealthy.
All right, go ahead and give me that stealth check.
Do I need to be up that close to hear
You
that
can
they're speaking?
You can hear the creatures like speaking in their abyssal tongue or whatever it is, but you cannot make out anything beyond kind of just muted echoes from your location. All right, 18 stealth for Jasir as you get over.
Am I at disadvantage to stealth and heavy armor?
Yes, you are, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Not bad. It's still a 16. Jess, you're going to manage to kind of sprint across the cavern floor, almost in the echo of your companion's kind of ill-fated boot tread, and then that way conceal yourself and tuck up against the side of that wall into the shadows. You hope that that's enough to conceal your approach, but who knows?
I'm going to try to move up to by the rock at least.
Okay, go for it. And
Yeah, since everyone's being sneaky, I'll sneak as well,
go for it.
even if we're not being as successful as could be.
How tall is this cliff right here?
That cliff in that spot is about 20 feet tall.
I'm going to attempt to be stealthy about this and climb up.
All right, go ahead and give me an acrobatics and a stealth check as that plays out. I'm looking at the position of the rest of the party
I
here.
was going to offer to help him with getting up the wall, since I probably can't help him be stealthy.
Okay, you can
on.
go ahead and roll to aid that acrobatics check then.
Oh, thank you.
I get to re-roll that, don't I?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, that was Ash's sheet.
no worries. So
that was a 7, and mine is +1, I think.
nat 20 on the stealth. So what was your total roll to aid? It would have been
7 + 2.
so 9. Unfortunately, while you are going to manage to do it in complete silence, Lupe, you are not going to be able to get up that cliff face, as even with the aid is not going to be enough to aid, and the 11 acrobatics is just shy of what you need in order to get up there. You are perfectly silent, however, in your attempt to do so, and do not attract any additional attention. At this time, you're going to continue to hear the speaking in tongues escalate, as it looks like the mage is going to return to the site of the party. Detlin, you're going to
Got
be
a question about that.
sorry, what?
As those tongues escalate, I cast comprehend languages before
yes.
sneaking over.
You certainly can.
Can I make that out?
I also speak and understand Abyssal, so would I have advantage on understanding?
You
what these
would
creatures
go ahead and
say?
give me perception checks, and then if you can hear it, it's just going to be whether or not you'll understand it. And then while you're casting comprehend language, that is going to sort of give the party another chance to shift around. Is there anything you want to do while your companion is beginning to work that magic?
I'm just going to move up with them.
All right. So, Lupe, with that 14 perception, you are going to be able to pick enough out of the language that it is definitely abyssal, and that they are invoking some kind of like summoning. You can't tell exactly what's going on, but you can catch the words like rise, manifest, enter this world, as their chanting is going to continue to increase. And unfortunately, with that perception, even though you are going to be able to comprehend the language much like Lupe, you're not going to really get any more information without being close enough. And this is where, to the party's observation, things are going to start getting a little out of hand, as you are going to see a crackle and a flash of arcane light, as there is a massive reaction of energy followed by what looks to be emerging from that stone trough just to the west of the mage there. I'm going to zoom, kind of move the stream over. What's
We can't
like
see that yet.
a flood of the same dark purple tar that emerged from the face of the effigy of Yonghua almost now a week plus ago, when this town was originally beset by that confluence of catastrophe, and forming out of that just obscene, reeking, putrid mass is going to be a familiar, at this point, form of the representation of Slurgia. There is going to be no doubt in your mind in the way that the sort of material sloughs off of her skin and seems to fall at her feet, only to then be like almost instantly composted and reabsorbed into her biomass. She seems to kind of like seethe and almost produce spores with the breathing of her very skin and the rot underneath. And you can hear her begin to burble in much the same abyssal tongue as her priests that have recently invoked her. And you are going to watch as she gazes up at the door in front of her and begins to concentrate, extending one arm towards it, seemingly working magic of her own as vile rays of black, ruinous energy exude from her hand and begin to swirl through the air, wrapping around one another and then interacting with the handles of the door to the dungeon itself. She is going to concentrate on this and see, as she wrenches her hand back closer to her body, that the door is going to begin to give way when, as it starts to open and you can see the mage at her east side there begin to start to disappear from sight, as if advancing towards the crack that is emerging in this doorway, there is a resounding, almost thunderous crash that echoes throughout the entire cavern. And as that happens, you are going to see an energy pour forth from the interior of those doors, recognizable in the color and shape of the same auroras or pulsar rays that the wizard Nentin so long ago observed, and the party also saw again there in the center of town as Hope's Rise was set upon by some sort of interdimensional energy creature. And inside of this swirling vortex, you will see the same negative space representation, almost illuminated in an aura of indigo and white fire, its silhouette seething and displaying much the same kind of grotesque disfiguration that Slurgia exhibits. And as it emerges from the entrance to this dungeon, you're going to see that Slurgia and it instantly are going to be wrapped up in some sort of interlocked contest of wills, as its own signature of energy begins to surge along the black tendrils that she had extended towards the door, and the two are going to begin pulling closer and closer to each other in this struggle, as then finally you can hear Slurgia gurgle out in the abyssal tongue both Zaris and Lupe, loud enough that no perception check is necessary. As she says, "You cannot hide from me forever. The power that you hoard will be mine. I despoil all in time. Yours is no exception." To which now only Zaris, because you have comprehend languages active, are you going to hear reverberating in what you believe to be some sort of mixture of both celestial and primordial, in a language that you have never quite heard the like of. And crackling out of the interior of that vortex, as the creature within seems to grapple with Slurgia's power, forcing its way into its rift, it will say, "Foolish! My disciples have gathered, and the wards that bind me grow thin. You will find your power insufficient. One of mine is enough for the best of yours. I summon ye now, Xerxia, Nelafem. Deal with these intruders. I have much business to attend to still. And with that, emerging from this crackling rift, you are going to see, as if stepping from a portal much like your own, the winged and almost bizarrely beautiful figure of a 12-foot tall humanoid female, cloaked in bat wings and armor of dark scale, with hair that ripples in a very similar indigo and white fire pattern as the very portal from which she has emerged. Following soon after her is another shape wriggling itself through the vortex and emerging. At first you think it is as if some sort of iron giant, iron armored giantess, only to see a moment later as more arms unfurl from its side bearing weapons, and it seems to be mounted upon not legs but a massive serpentine tail. With that, the energy is going to dissipate, the vortex is going to disappear, the doors slam shut with a resounding finality, and you will see Slurgia now standing there, left in front of these creatures that have emerged. Her last words are, "You will find my disciples quite dedicated. Spawn, I seek entrance. Open these doors for me. Rot them for me." And as the manifestation of Slurgia begins to dissolve back into the dark black and purple tar that it had been spawned from, you will hear crying out in that abyssal wet tongue earlier from one of the unseen participants in the ritual that transpired not but moments ago. There is this almost ecstatic, if it weren't for the way that it was this twisted scream of pain as one of them lets go of this, "Yes, the goddess blesses me." And as you hear that, there is this ripping and tearing of flesh, and you can see emerging from the horizon over the line of the staircase at the top of it, there is another massive abomination of flesh and bone and tooth and eye, growing up to a comparable size as the massive Naga that has emerged from that rift. The two will spare no time in beginning to lock in combat, mage upon the demoness and the Naga upon the massive defiled flesh creature that has emerged. At this point, the party has not interrupted me at any time in this goings on, so not to steamroll you, but while that's happened, what would the party like to do?
Watch.
Be afraid.
See
Very
who tears themselves apart.
Yeah, at least watch for the time being.
Okay.
I will be dumbstruck, but mumbling a what I can based
All right.
on what I've been hearing, and just sort of like this is what these people, things, beasts, goddesses are saying in their own infernal languages. Yeah, back there's a lot.
Okay.
I'd like to try to identify the winged creature and the serpentine creature, see if I know kind of their alignment and like where they are in the grand scheme of things.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that roll.
What would that be?
Religion or Arcana, both work. You can also use
Arcana?
history. Depending on the creature's origins, some are easier than others to check wise to make. But without, I leave it up to the players to decide what that is in terms of what they would
Got
like
it.
to. So Jassir, that's a 21 on history. That's a 25 on history for Zaris. That armor's getting a little loud. So that is going to reveal to you in your kind of searching through your mental Rolodex of things that the Guild of Mazes included in its training manuals and the pamphlets that you read while you were, going through the induction process. And there was something in one of the classes about, oh, right, that's it. It seems that Naga, while also excellent guardians of areas and traditionally usually just serpents with the faces of a human, this particular one is what's called an Naga. Naga are not denizens of this realm. They come from the hells and the abyss below and are typically seen as guardians of the very gates of the abyss and the infinite hells. They are typically considered to be just astute and vicious warriors. The thing that you do remember about them is Naga tend to have weaknesses based upon whatever their elemental affiliation is, but looking at this creature, that's not clear to you. And you're not really sure what that would be. Then looking at the other one,
Multiple arms, so maybe something like a spider with multiple legs. Their weakness is spiders.
Their weakness is spiders. Then the other one that you see appear is going to, with the 21 and the 25, both conjure instantly familiar images of quote-unquote demons and devils that you'd flip through in books on denizens of the lower planes. They don't have enough identifying features for you to be able to peg it down to a specific, but you think, based on their unearthly beauty, that this might be a succubus or a demon of charm and lust of some kind. Though oftentimes their presented gender is one of complete mutability, this creature is capable of seducing and likely dominating the wills and minds of others quite easily.
All right.
So,
While
You said-
this is going on,
everyone's
So
going to
you
continue
said-
to watch, or what's going on here?
You said the door slammed shut,
Yes.
correct?
Did you say there was a crack in the door?
There was, and then the energy poured out, and then the door slammed shut. A crack is the idea is cracked open, not as in like there was a fissure in it.
Oh, okay.
while it counts, can I use my Zodiac to find out what cantrip I wind up with?
Absolutely.
Before we get to combat.
Before what?
I'm just going to come up to the steps.
All right. As the melee ensues, you're going to find the Naga is instantly and rightfully paired against the flesh monster whose many arms extend and try to tie it up in combat, but it is able to easily, with its blades, just tear through this creature's flesh. Meanwhile, the mage is going to begin hurling spells at the, for the time being, succubus. that is able to, with a simple closing of its wings, bounce that magic off of itself in a shower of sparks that fly up into the air and then kind of rain off to either side. These little glowing embers sort of falling down behind her as she strolls calmly forward, and you can hear her say, rather sadistically and delighted, "It's going to take far more than fire to harm me." And is going to respond in kind by reaching forward and extending a hand. Ooh. And she is going to be able to get this mage's mental barriers to drop momentarily as he now stares into her eyes, unable to break his gaze, as she continues to stand over him, looking down from almost double his height, if not more, the way that she towers over. And that is going to be the first round of that, as the Naga is going to continue to make good progress against the flesh monster based on these rolls. And as well, it looks like the mage is not going to be able to best that succubus's mental controls. At this point, what is going to happen is I am going to ask the party to make an encounter roll.
Please don't say roll for initiative.
Detlin, I see as you're moving up those stairs and getting into position there, that does not go amiss. Who among you has the courage to make this encounter roll? All right, Detlin, with that 7.
Yeah.
I'm going to roll, and it looks like you are going to watch as the mage, in an attempt to deal with this situation, having snapped himself out of it at the last moment before you see the succubus goes to just press her clawed thumbnails directly into his eyes and probably just kill him all but instantly, is going to manage to snap out of it. And in that, he's going to grab a hold of her and try and... Yep. The two of them are going to disappear into a cloud of acrid smoke and darkened sludge that sort of leaks out from the perimeter of this, like, detonation of a magical energy. It's hard to tell whether or not they simply just teleported or if some sort of massive evocation just went off and reduced both of them to some sort of ooze. But for the time being, they are both gone. And in the same period of time during that struggle between the mage and the succubus, the Naga is going to be able to make handy work out of that abomination. Her blades all working in unison and her many attacks carving it down to the point that this creature just loses more and more and more body mass. She is going to be able to easily defeat this thing in the next coming seconds, as it is all but just ripped apart limb from limb with her deft and coordinated movements. At this time, what is the party doing?
I am still staying well hidden.
I see Zaris and Lupe are definitely towards the back. The front line is beginning to feel this one out a little bit.
What's your plan, Detlin? Where are you going?
Yeah, what is your
He's
plan?
enamored by this. He's never seen either of these creatures, and he has no idea what they are. So, unless someone goes, "Hey, those are both dangerous," he's going to see who wins the fight.
Okay. And
I'm gonna whisper best as I can from
I'll send a message mentally to
ahead.
you. What are you doing? Those things are insanely powerful.
Unfortunately, I believe message has a distance of only 30 feet. Let me double check that.
Wait, what? Really?
120 actually, but it still wouldn't matter, as I think. Oh no, you're within. You're close because of the upwards distance as well as the horizontal. That 75 is closer to like 90.
Okay. Yeah, but 120. Actually, though, am I down further in like a lip? Because stone would block it, I suppose.
If you know, I was just double checking on the errata there. The errata. Whoa. The stone is not going to obscure it because you know the target is beyond the barrier. And it's not a sheer wall, it's just sight. So like I always kind of think of message as something that like it's like a physical object. If the object can't reach you, then that's going through a barrier, but if it could go over the surface of it, it's not quite the same.
Sort of like radio waves.
Yeah, the spell doesn't have to follow a straight line and can travel freely around corners or through openings. So with that, you will be able to message Detlin and communicate all of this. Of course, in the time that happens, it only takes another few seconds for this Naga to begin further reducing this abomination to just a fleshy lump. Just so much destroyed vile magic now dismembered on the ground around it. Though the creature still like reaches up and flails from its various pieces and screams out in pain and sort of these terrible like guttural curses. You are all, let me double check here. Yeah, everybody is far enough away from this thing that you are not subject to the checks that you would have to make if you were closer to basically the scene of this, because it is gruesome. As this Naga...
Can I attempt to get back up on that cliff?
Sure, please, go for it. Give me that athletics or acrobatics, please, as you... All right, with that 10, you are not going to be able to get back up that cliff.
Say that again, you were cutting in and
Oh,
out.
sorry. With that 10, you're not going to be able to make it up that cliff. It's just slightly more than that, unfortunately. All right, this Naga...
That natural 20 stealth check still active?
That natural 20 is not still active, unfortunately. Having obliterated that flesh creature without party intervention, this Naga is going to basically reset back to kind of an idle position here in front of the door as it begins to scan the darkness for any other possible interlopers, as it will then be able to, looking to the left and to the right, it's going to spot the party.
Some of the party?
Not the entire party, but certainly Avari and Jasir, it is going to be able to notice you as you are within its the range of its vision, and it is definitely, it has a high enough perception check in order to beat your last rolled stealths as you were attempting to get your way up there. So,
with the silence that ensues after that battle, I'm gonna message Jasir and say what happened.
And I can message back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It said, it killed the flesh thing. It sees us. We're next.
Can we talk to it?
We can try.
I don't
What's
know,
going
this
on,
thing.
man?
Hey, Lupe, you wanna go make a new friend?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, there's this like initiation thing. Go, do it.
with the sounds that I just heard, I'm not too sure about
You-
doing that.
I mean, you speak its language.
I mean, I could try, but I don't think it's a good idea.
That's such a tortured. All right. Someone's got to do it.
Well, I mean, I will,
not?
but I just don't know
For the party.
how to talk to it.
Are
Does
you,
it? Well, I'm gonna try. I'll try common and see if it speaks.
Are you gonna hail
Do
it?
I know
in
exactly
common?
what type of language this thing speaks?
I just
What was the question?
pinned whatever.
Oh, I said,
But
are you gonna hail it
translator
in
in my
common
ear.
once you see its eyes basically lock in your direction?
Yeah. Since I know that it spotted me anyway, I'm gonna try to start out with the fact that we're not friends of Slurgia kind of thing.
Enemies
what's
of
your,
Slurgia.
Go ahead and give me your opening line as you call up to this thing that is towering at an idol about like 15 feet tall. With its arms, like this thing is massive in its posture.
Many.
Wait, I have to actually like come up with something.
I mean, are you just gonna? Is that
Roll
it?
for performance?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Like, because I don't fucking know.
Well, then, I mean, go ahead and give me a
Say.
persuasion as you attempt to open this and convince it that you that it should at least hesitate before murdering you violently.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like,
Yeah, sure.
we just happened upon you. We're not here with the other chick.
I like the. I'm always a big fan of the Back to the Future. Well, you're forgetting one important thing. What the hell is that? So with that,
Can I assist?
with that 9 persuasion, that is not going to go well.
None of my dice rolls have gone well today.
Would guidance help at all?
Well, guidance, I mean, it always helps. And I saw you post that before she rolled, so I will allow that to take effect. You go ahead and roll a d4.
I was asking if I could assist.
You're too far.
Oh, you can, but it would require like basically running up and also trying to talk to this creature. So you'd have to get within eyesight.
Well, the guidance
And now
was
all of a
helpful.
sudden,
Too
Lupe
bad
turns
my
into a
persuasion
fair
was
weather
horrible.
friend. Okay. Lupe's running up.
For the party.
So Lupe, you're gonna run up. What are you trying to also say here? Your companion has just said like, well, we are not with them. Lupe, what are you trying to volunteer as the Naga's gaze fixes itself upon you?
We're just here trying to help you protect the door that you're just so lovingly guarding it.
Well, so that's a deception.
Yeah.
So that'll
lie
be
to
its
the
own roll. So rather than aiding her persuasion, Lupe, I'm going to need you to make a deception. You are definitely not here to help her guard that door. You're here to do the exact opposite. That's why the guild pays you. So the 12 deception is going to, as you might suspect, fall upon very suspicious ears, as she is going to say, "The master bids slain all who would enter, and I am his disciple. Interlopers must die." And with that,
Message. GTFO.
we are definitely into initiative, as she is going to begin barreling towards you, slithering across the ground. There is enough distance, obviously, that there isn't really a surprise round. And what with no one declaring the fact that they were going to shoot her preemptively, that means that we are just going at it. Okay, that's gonna...
I couldn't have got that before.
Yeah, right? I was gonna say, that's gonna be a 20 on the initiative there. Would have maybe saved your life a moment ago. um, 9, 8. I'm gonna add this thing to the turn tracker as we get that set up, and I think
So she'll move first. Like we can't attack if we're in range.
No. So what I'm saying is she's just starting the initiative. So she's not
got it.
she has to roll for her place in the turn order just like the rest of you. And it looks like she is going to be starting this off with a robust 15. I'm looking for 2 more.
Yeah, I didn't click my
You're
token.
fine.
Sorry.
You're fine. That's going to be 8 for Jassir, and then the other one was, it looks like Detlin pulled in with a 9. Get him on there as well. Also, Detlin, I'm so sorry I didn't do this earlier. I need to expand your view of what you can see up there now that you've moved up to this. Higher ground, and let's sort the turn order. All right, Avari, you're going to be going first. I let you consider your actions as I'm going to kind of expand the arena here a little bit so that you can see where your total landscape to fight this thing is. Oh, why? So, the reveal tool is there. We go. Not being friendly. Zoom out so the stream can see what I'm revealing, as there is yet more to this high ground area. It seems that the walls of the dungeon themselves kind of emerge from the natural rock walls of this cavern. Likely there is quite a bit of actual stone sitting on top of more submerged iron walls, like the ones that you're looking directly at. It's just buried under literal tons and tons and tons of rock. So that is more or less what you can see at this time. Avari, you are first. I'm going to turn up the battle music and zoom in the stream. Go ahead and lead us into this.
She's coming after us, right?
Oh, yeah. She's barreling towards you.
All right, well, screw it. I'll throw myself in there.
All right. Go for it.
Sorry, I was moving my...
Yeah, no, you're
That's
fine.
about as far
You're
as I
fine.
can go for now.
All right, that is... So, using your movement will get you there. Remember, I believe, as a monk of 4th level, you have a bit above base movement, so you can go more than just...
Oh, yeah, 40.
Yep. But... So that's your movement. You've got your action and your bonus left.
I don't, I think I'm gonna just kind of ready an action just to, in case she comes at me.
Okay. Got it. What action are you readying? Is just an attack action, you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
No, yeah, no worries. I have to clarify. Now, that is going to, from Avari, move it over to Zaris's turn. Zaris, you are still somewhat conveniently tucked away down here, out of combat. What would you like to do at this time? Your mage armor is still active.
It is good, as is that comprehend languages, and hearing all of that and the hideous battle that just devastated some beast I would not have tried to take on. I will message my compatriots up there saying, well, Jassir, one person, I suppose. No, this thing is far too dangerous.
I'll respond.
Yeah.
It's. I think it's a little late for that. She's coming at us. If we run, she'll chase us. She's sworn to protect the door, and she figured out that we're here to enter. It's now or never.
Yes.
Oops.
Oops, indeed.
Now or never.
Oops,
That's an
indeed.
option.
You can jump in the chasm if you want.
Is he taking the never option?
Yeah. Yeah. He is not gonna engage.
All right, Zaris.
Oh God, sorry.
Hey, don't have to apologize to me. You're not abandoning me in the middle of combat. Okay, so you're using your movement, you used your action for your message, and so your bonus action is...
Yeah.
Okay.
Bonus action's the message, I think. Or is message the whole action?
I think it is.
I'm leaving. Oh no, message is a full action. Okay.
Most cantrips are.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is going to move us from Zaris down now to the Naga. It's strange. Hold on. The stream's turn order is out of sync with mine. Oh, hold on. There we go. I was just had it scrolled down. All right. The Naga is going to charge, and our companion Avari is going to be in the center of its first blitz of attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, Avari, you were only gonna luckily enough get struck twice by this thing in its first blitz. It seems as if it has 4 attacks. Judging, it seems as if each set of arms is capable of swinging once. Each blade it gripping in a two-handed manner right before it actually brings it to bear against you. Your training as a monk is going to allow you to artfully weave around a couple of the strikes, but this Naga's coordination is demonic, literally, and is capable of sort of these elaborate weaving patterns that most human swordsmen would be literally incapable of. And that done, each one of these swords in her hands is effectively... It's going to be... Dun, dun, dun. So is effectively like an extra-sized greatsword. So this first shot is going to do a total of... That's 11 plus the 30... So 14 damage. And then the other one...
From one?
Yes. And then the other one is going to do only, it looks like... Math, sorry. It's getting late. Plus 3, that's 9. So the other one does 9. And the Naga, that's going to be 4 attacks. Some of its movement, it doesn't really have anything at this moment that it can do because it burned its economy using a full attack action. So from there, it's basically caught up now trying to pin the monk to the floor with one of its massive swords as she darts back between lancings of these sword tips, striking into the tiled floor and the cavern stone. That's going to be the Naga's turn. We then go to Lupe. Lupe, you are up.
I had a ready to action though. Is it?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. That'll hit. Okay, I believe is your... Yeah, I guess that's correct.
Woo!
Hold on. Do monks not do... I think your die should be a D6 and not a D4 at this level.
Okay, let's see.
Let me double check. I just want to make sure that you're... Oh, no. It's right on the transition. It's D6 next level.
Oops, sorry. Okay.
All right. So that is going to be a resounding blow from your end as Avari, you go to strike this Naga below her navel in her snake-like like lower appendage, and as you make contact, you feel like it would have broken bone were it sort of any other more mortal creature, but this, your hand kind of just almost slides off. The smoothness of the scales unnatural, and they deflect as if like a well-oiled armor of some kind. That is going to be your held action, Avari, as you manage to stand your ground for the time being with this Naga. I'm going to then pass it over to Lupe. Lupe, you are up.
I'm going to use...
Oh, sorry.
this-
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say I'm going to yell out to all of them that I'm going to buy them time to get the hell out.
All right. It looks like our Avari is going to be sacrificing herself, or at least believes so. Lupe, what are you doing?
We'll see about that, lassie. Hold in. And I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers on the Naga.
All right. What is your saving throw?
DC's 13.
Okay, you got it. So that is going to be enough, actually.
Does she succeed or no?
No. I mean, sorry. And that was a very vague statement. Now that I read, she is going to fail. She is
Sweet.
not going to be able to succeed that.
After that, I will give Vara a Bard of Inspiration. Also, I believe the Nugget has to move as far as it can away from me, since she failed.
Yep. That is... I was just double checking. Okay, yeah, I was making sure that there wasn't actually a stated fear mechanic in there. It just triggers movement. It doesn't say they become frightened or feared. That would have been a little different, but... So with that, she is going to use her reaction to move her movement away from you, which is going to back her out of Avari's square. Avari, that will give you an attack of opportunity. And that will hit. And as well, she will take the 3d6s of psychic damage, which is going to be 12 there. 6. All right, so Avari, at first you think that you may have miscalculated your own strength as you watch as the Naga's face and her fangs and glowing eyes kind of recoil in horror as she almost darts her head around the room as if listening to some sort of noise that you can't quite hear. Worried at first that this might be one of the Slurgia disciples or her companion Succubus who has returned, you also look around briefly, but then are glad to see that it seems that you can hear the strumming of Lupe's instrument and the calling of his magical voice over the sounds of combat as this Naga is going to begin backing up to Lupe's command, basically. You getting your parting shot in off of it, and Dissonant Whisper is clearly ravaging the psyche of this Naga for the time being. Lupe, you've got your movement left. Is there anything you'd like to do, or are you staying still?
I'm gonna stay still and also state, told you, lassie, I got you.
Okay.
And I will end my turn there.
From there, we go over to Detlin Ruby. I'm going to pan the stream so they can see. Detlin, you are a little ways away past crumbled pillar and some scattered debris. What would you like to do?
insight check, or what would it be to determine how much damage she's already taken and comprise of what her approximate total hit points would be?
That would be an insight check indeed. All right, with a 4, that is going to represent to you that you have no conception. It's not even going to be like you think that, oh, she might go down easily in terms of the damage. It's just with that, she may have already suffered mortal blows, or could theoretically just have laughed all of this off. She's not bleeding externally. There aren't really cuts or damage to her armor at this point. She's covered in some of that abomination's blood, but she is unharmed. You really can't tell.
I'll move 30 feet up and fire a crossbow bolt at her then.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that. All right. Ooh, critical failure. Rolling for variance. Okay, it looks like that crossbow bolt is going to misfire. And Detlin, your crossbow is going to jam. It will take a action to unjam it, or you'll have to move on in terms of the actual mechanism in its firing. So that's your movement. Your insight was your bonus, and then your crossbow was your action. So that's your economy, unless you want to burn anything.
Nope, we're good.
Okay, then from there we go to Jassir. Jassir, you are up.
All right. My Roll20 is doing that thing where it's panning when I try to measure. Could you let me know how far away I am from it?
Sure. And I know the exact thing that you're talking about. It happens. It's going to be 85 feet away.
Okay, and then going up this stair, would that require any extra movement?
Going up that stair, you could give me an athletics check to make it not or an acrobatics to make it not cost movement, but that would in turn cost your bonus. Otherwise, you could it'll cost you an additional 5 feet.
Okay. Then I'm gonna use my 30 feet of movement, which would get me 25 feet closer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not letting me really control it.
I've got you. So 25 feet closer is basically here.
Yeah, that's good. That would put me in the 60 foot.
That
range.
will put you. That puts you at 65, but this is also that's 25 right there at the max. So I think that just does it for you. Yeah, that puts you. That's the maximum you can move, and that's also exactly what you need to get in range.
Okay, then I'm going to. Let's do. I'm gonna cast Spiritual Weapon and Toll the Dead.
All right. Spiritual Weapon, I will go ahead and get a token down for that for you. The 12 is going to miss, and Toll the Dead, it looks like she's also going to fail that saving throw. She's not having very good luck with those. So it's going to be 8 damage. Hold on as I grab your token for that spiritual weapon. But Jassir, you've moved. That's your bonus and your action. Anything else for your turn?
I'm gonna turn my head and scream, "Doris!" Blaster!
Maybe she doesn't know common and just thinks that that's some random word like "ah."
Yeah, it's just an exclamation. That's just what Dragonborns say. So there we go. Dropping that hammer down. I'll get that onto your control here in just a second, Jassir. But from there we go to the top of the order with Avari. Avari, you are granted a moment of reprieve now thanks to your bardic companion. What do you want to do here?
I don't know. Let me. I am gonna continue to buy them some time because I don't have much left, but
Okay.
I'm going for it.
Got it. She is dedicated to trying to either get them some precious more economy or in terms of damage done or fleeing accomplished. Charging forward, I'm going to need you to go ahead and make your attacks.
Okay, and then I am gonna do the flurry of blows this time.
Okay. Go ahead. So that 12 is not going to hit. Go ahead and get your second attack. That's not going to hit. Go ahead and give me your flurry of blows attack.
Wow.
That is not going to be enough.
Actually, it says the
Hold on.
one point does 2 strikes. So
Oh yeah.
I get
Go
one
for
more?
it. Yep. Because it gives you your basically your full attack action again. That 18 will hit though.
Woo. Oh, sorry, wrong.
No worries. All right. 4 points of damage as you, with another resounding crack, manage to finally kind of chip off one of the almost obsidian-like scales of this Naga's lower half. That's your attack and your bonus, or your action and your bonus action. You still have your, well, and you moved up, so anything else?
I think I used all of my. Yeah, because I used all of my bonus. So nope, that's it.
All right, from there we go to Zaris. Zaris, how you doing over there, buddy?
Mentally about as well as they are physically. Damn it.
I did tell y'all to run.
She did.
You did. I heard you. And that was my plan. I'm just not sure if it still is.
You're my robe buddy. Help us.
He gave you those
I can stir it up
robes.
for a moment. Sure you can.
It's still attuned to you. It wants to be with you. But I think if I run and try to get to you, it will. I don't know.
It's a rough one.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's rough.
She just like ripped apart some infernal being that would have killed us.
But we are no
She's also
infernal
just
being.
about ripped me apart too. I'm almost toast. That's why I'm like, just go for it.
What's your HP?
9 left.
Next turn, I'll make sure to heal you.
Zaris, I'm gonna need an action here, otherwise you're gonna be frozen in literal indecision.
Analysis paralysis, yeah. Oh fuck. Excuse me.
It's fine. If there was ever a time to bring out the big guns.
Family appropriate. Yeah. How far away am I?
You are approximately from Jasir. You're 120 feet exactly. From the Naga, you're about 190, give or take. Close, probably.
So I can cast a fireball and him out of his misery.
Yep.
But not touch the Naga. Oh God.
All right, Zaris. I'm gonna give you a 10 count.
Oh yeah.
I'm counting silently not to interrupt you, but
Okay, yeah. I figured probably. I will run up.
okay. Running up, and is that a move and a dash, or?
To... Okay, I'm on the wall. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 30 feet. It's...
You'll still be really far away from it, even if you
I was
dash.
gonna say, yeah, and at the moment you can't even see
Yeah.
it because it's over the cliff.
I can't. No, I just was able to hear the conversation.
All right.
And 30 feet of my action to dash.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wait, you going back? Okay. Zaris, from there. we go to the Naga, who is currently embattled with the monk, who it seems like for the time being is dedicated to the fact that she might have to sacrifice herself for the party to live. That Naga's first attack is gonna miss. Second attack is a definite hit. Third attack is a critical.
Bye.
And the fourth attack misses. So I'm going to roll damage for that first one. All right, that's enough to down you in your current state, because you said you were at 9. That's going to be...
I did, yes.
All right, that is going to be a lot more than 9. So that first attack is going to go off against Avari. Avari, go ahead and give me that first death saving throw as you drop. That is successful. And then from there, because Avari is down, this Naga is going to use its movement to advance. Let me take a measurement really quick from there. Okay, yeah, so it's going to use its movement to advance to here. It then, because of the fact that it's got the distance, all right, it's going to actually go at Detlin. All right, Detlin, it is going to, because I rolled prematurely with those other attacks, it is going to try and use its ability to spit venom at you. As you see, it rears back, and though its long fangs extend some almost like 3-4 inches from the bottom of the lip of its mouth, it's going to be able to open its jaw wide enough to angle them and spit them at you. This venom flying through the air is going to be enough to nail you. So I'm going to need you to give me a Constitution saving throw. All right, that 17 is going to be enough, so you're only going to take half damage, which in this case is just going to be 6. So you're going to take 6 poison damage, and that is going to be the Naga's turn. It had to sacrifice those other 2 attacks because it had to move on. So from there we go to Lupe. Lupe, you are up. Lupe?
Sorry, I'm thinking.
No worries, no worries.
From what I can see, how many weapons is she wielding?
It seems that she is wielding 4 from what you can see. It's hard to see the, I was going to say, the last one, because it's being held like straight forward right here. But she's got this blade, this blade, this blade, and this blade. And despite the character model, she actually has 8 arms. So she's got 1 in each, in 2. 1 sword per each 2 hands.
Okay, so to attempt to get rid of some of her damage, I will use heat metal on one of the swords. It is made of metal, yes?
It is made of metal, yes. All right. That is going to be, I believe, just an automatic 2d8. Yep. Go ahead and make the roll.
Why is it not letting me cast it from first level spells?
Oh, heat metal's a second level spell.
My bad.
All right, 10 damage. It'll be on her turn whether or not she makes the concentration DC to hold on to it or drop it. And oh wait, is holding the oh no, it's not on her turn. Double check that. So she is going to hold on to it for now, it seems. As she is going to scream out in pain, obviously, but her hand clenches around it with such conviction that you find that her sadism likely outweighs the pain that she is currently experiencing. Lupe, though you have done damage, as you can smell the cooking naga flesh fill the air of the cavern, that is your action for your spell. You still have your movement, your bonus left. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Let's see. I'm going to cast Healing Word on Avara.
Unfortunately, I think because Healing Word is a first level spell, you can't cast 2 spells in a turn unless one of them is a cantrip.
Darn. Okay. Then I guess I'm going to just move right here, and that'll be my turn for the time. Wait, no, I'll give Bard of Inspiration to our cleric.
To the cleric. Okay, inspiration to the cleric. Lupe,
What does that do?
You can add, I believe at Lupe's level, it's 1d6 to any like ability check or attack roll. I believe, or I don't think saving throws. I'd have to double check on that off the top of my head. But Lupe, that inspiration having been handed out, it is now Detlin's turn. Detlin, your crossbow has jammed.
Real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
I did give Avera Bard Inspiration. Can she use it in any other way?
Unfortunately, when you lose consciousness, I believe you also lose your inspiration.
Okay.
In order for her to have used it, she would have had to have claimed it while she was still alive.
And I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's on.
So, from there, Detlin, you're up. Your crossbow has jammed. This Naga seems to be
Forgot
looming.
about that. Action to reload it, unjam it, and then we're going to move up here.
Okay,
That's it for now.
got it. Then we go to Jasir. Jasir, you are up.
All right. I'm still having that panning issue, so you wouldn't mind moving for me.
Yeah, I've got you. Where you going?
So I'm gonna use my bonus action to move my spiritual weapon to the Naga and make an attack.
All right, go ahead. Roll that. Okay, that 12 is not going to be enough to hit.
Cool. I'm going to cast Shatter. And, yeah.
All right. Casting Shatter. Man, she is not making these saves. Okay, that is...
I'm gonna channel Divinity.
All right.
Or actually, no. It's... Yeah, I'm not, because 18. is good.
Okay, at 18 damage, you're going to see as a chunk of the Naga's midsection almost seems to, for a moment, expand as if she was inhaling rapidly, and then you'll hear the cracking and twisting of her insides as she lets out a pained scream, and you can hear the cracking of bone. She is going to howl and say, Scythane! You will pay for all of your transgresses. Oh, Zaris was the worshipper of Scythane. You are a worshipper of...
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say Goriel.
Yeah, I'm Namare.
Wait, you're Death?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I forgot. I thought you were... Good. I this entire time for the last few sessions, I thought Jasir was cleric of... Oh, yeah, huh.
Death cleric.
Death cleric. That is going to then obviously change the Naga's words, but that is going to bring us to the top of...
Oh, and I'm gonna move 30 feet towards Detlin.
Towards Detlin? Alright.
The Naga's not like totally buds with death clerics?
Not totally buds with death clerics.
Damn.
Not at this point. And with that, we go to the top of the order. We are at the 4-hour mark. I have an interesting situation here because we still have a player that is on the cusp of death potentially, but they are also in the 5th seat, so they will be rotated out next session. So based on what's going on right here, I think this is actually a perfect time to call it, as we will be able to warp the 5th player in and warp Avari out. So she will actually, for the time being, because she succeeded her first death saving throw, she's not in the realm of accidentally dying at the beginning of this combat. I.e., the next, even if it was a natural 1 on her death saving throw, she would be able to still make it through and theoretically get teleported back to the maze hall. So, Avari, for the time being, you are going to manage to survive this as you get teleported off of the battlefield and disappear into the same crackling static rift that you emerged from at the beginning of this evening. And that is going to leave, it will be Zaris at the top of the order when we return. And in the event that a seat becomes available and you rejoin us next session, of course, we will put you back where you were at the top of the order with that 22. But otherwise, we will be warping somebody else fresh into the combat. And with that, we will be closing it down for the evening as our heroes find themselves in the middle of what is their first really major boss battle of this entire adventure so far, and proving every bit the boss that they were fearing. It seems that this Naga is capable of dishing out an extraordinary amount of punishment, though her saving throws have not been exceptional up until this point, and the party has been able to do some serious damage with a couple successful magical attacks. Will they live or will they die? You will all have to find out on Tuesday when we rejoin this band in the middle of combat, and we'll likely see whether or not we've got our second total party wipe of the entire campaign on our hands, or we've got some contestants about to win the second cash prize. Either way, Tuesday is going to be exciting. But before I go, I still have the daily prize to give away. So before I get too far, The Twitch chat, if you are out there, which one of our contestants this evening do you think most deserves the reward of a precious stone? Would you say it is perhaps our downed companion Ash, or their companion Detlin, who just so, I would say practically threw Ash's corpse into a ravine moments later, or Jasir, Lupe, Zaris, Avari? I'm seeing a couple. It looks like one for Avari, one for Ash. Let's see who else, if anybody else wants to vote, or otherwise, I'm probably just going to Lupe. All right. We've got a couple votes. It looks like everybody is split, so I think, given the situation, Lupe, Avari, I'm going to have you roll off for it on a d20, and we'll see who gets it. As I post to the stream exactly the stones that we are giving away. You will see on your right there is a dog tag of lapis lazuli. And Lupe, go ahead and give me that roll. See if you can beat a 7. And you cannot! And which is an important lesson to all of those out there. No matter what you roll, your opponent can always roll less.
I was actually hoping she got it more.
Well, there you go. You were able to broadcast that. So,
you're welcome.
That inspiration came in handy at last. You get to choose between the lapis lazuli dog tag or the teardrop of fire brick. Which one would you like, Avari?
I think I would really like the fire brick.
Okay, you got it. Would you like that with black or brown cord?
Actually, I don't need one. I'm gonna just put them all on the same cord.
Okay, I like it. Thank you very much. So, prize is given away. Contestants are left in the very midst of epic combat with demons from other realms, while it seems that the enemy of their enemy is probably still their enemy. But at least for the time being, they were capable of tying up what would have been an insurmountable battle into something that the party may be able to interact with. Everyone will have to wonder what the circumstances would have been like had that encounter roll gone the other direction. So I will leave you all to speculate on what these Naga's weaknesses might be, or what the party's best battle plan of either retreat or attack is going to be in the next coming days. And I hope that everybody, of course, gives Zaris all of the hell that he deserves in the interim over the Monday break. But Zaris, I also hope that you manage to survive and prove all of these people wrong. So without further ado, the Guild of Mazes has only one question to ask all of our adventurers out there. So, you think you can quest? And here we reach the end of our tale. For now, join us again next time on the Guild of Mazes presents So You Think You Can Quest.
Yeah, I got 20 reasons right here. I don't need up to be no edison. I'm holding 20s. I'm holding 20s. Had a dragon leash, try to break my stride. So I chose to war axe right between his eyes. Been gaining on the dragon's ass since 2 days past. He terrorized the town, brought him to the ground. But I've been moving quick and fight that son of a bitch now. Cause every day I'm hustling. Just one perception check brings every trap that's it. Oh, dungeon masters hate when I sit down to play. Cause I'm holding 20. Hey! Don't hate the player, hate the game. 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 Don't hate Don't hate